Welcome, dreamers of all kinds. We have a wonderful broadcast for you here today, and I'll tell you all about it after this song. This is Dreams by Heartworks. That was Dreams by Heartworks. Thanks for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Silamon, and we are rebroadcasting Paradigm Shift's Dream Class today. It's hosted by Brendon Culliton and is recorded live through Paradigm Shift Central, and we rebroadcast it here on Bring Me to Life Radio every third Saturday of the month. In Dream Class, participants study and discuss topics related to dream exploration, lucid dreaming, astral projection, meditation, and the evolution of consciousness. You can join them live by following Paradigm Shift Central on Facebook and checking out their website, paradigmshiftcentral.com. Before we get to that today, we still have about 27 more minutes of music. I'm going to get you guys all prepped and ready for Dream Class by playing some relevant music. This next song is My Dreams, Your Dreams by Aloka.
Spells be lifted, the gifts be delivered. All who hear your voice become uplifted. May the shift be swift and the arrow specific, pointed at north stars for the love of the mystic, resting on shores on the side of Pacific, breach like whales, like veils that are thinning. The one win is when we all are winning, and this exists, it is not distant. It is not distant. It is not distant. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. It is not distant. The signposts on the road, this journey that we've been on, the love that's held us in the pain that's surfaced. Keep that north star, stay on purpose. Put our work in and it's all worth it. After storms come rainbows, faith renewed in the dawn. Broken hearts turn to states of calm. Invited on the best ride, I'll meet you on the other side, in the field beyond right and wrong, where harmony is our song, unity is our call. We are strong, we are strong. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. My dreams, your dreams, my prayers, your prayers are one. Serve the same force. You and I are made from the same source. You and I serve the same force. It is not distant.
Thanks for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. My name is Silaman. We still have a few more songs. This one is Dreams Layer Reality by Stratosphere.
but then the character pretending to be in a different reality. And it's just all these layers.
To find room in our contemporary worldview for persons, with all that entails, not just bodies, but persons. And that means trying to solve the problem of freedom, finding room for choice and responsibility, and trying to understand individuality.
Yes, it's empty with such fullness that the great moment, the great life of the universe is pulsating in it.
Thanks for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. What you just heard was Siphon of Dreams by Night Sky is a Time Machine. We still have about 12 more minutes left until Paradigm Shift's Dream Class. This next song that we have here is Awake in the Dream by Infinite Third. That was Wake in the Dream by Infinite Third, and we are one song away from the Paradigm Shifts Dream class that we are rebroadcasting here live on Bring Me to Life Radio. This last song that we're going to play before Dream class is called Other Planets. It's a brand new single by Infinite Brothers. That was Other Planets by Infinite Brothers. And now enjoy Paradigm Shift's Dream Class.
Brendon, and you're tuned in for another exciting, educational, and inspirational episode of Paradigm Shift Dream Class, live on the internet, yet also recorded for those of you listening in the future. A huge shout out to you. And we got a full classroom full of students, fellow students of the cosmos tonight. So let's get everybody to unmute their microphones and say hello to the beautiful shifters all over the world listening into this. So, hello to all you shifters.
People of the internet.
Awesome, guys, awesome. Well, of course, a huge shout out to everybody taking the time to tune into this. Of course, this is a part of the bigger project of ParadigmShiftCentral.com. That's a real-world game to help shift consciousness. And ParadigmShiftCentral.com, the website you can check out while you're listening to this. If it's new to you, explore it, connect with that. And we'll tell you more about that as we get into the broadcast. But focusing on what this class is about, this class is specifically a dream class related to talking about dream exploration and talking about lucid dreaming and talking about astral projection and dream practices and all about those metaphysical topics that just help us understand more about what dreams are, how we can become more in tune with our dreams, and how we can also expand our consciousness within the waking state so that we can get more into that idea of lucid living, which is something that we can talk about more as the class unfolds. So we do have a huge class tonight, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pass the talking stick around. Since this is a very free flow format, there's nothing too specific about it, but I can tell you we'll get into some practical tips, we'll get into some personal experiences, and of course reminding you guys that you guys can always be involved with these shows in the future. You can be a part of the dream class in the future. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off by passing the talking stick around the circle, and we're going to ask each of the people here why they are here, what brings them to this particular class. So that can obviously open up to some variety of subjective ideas and perspectives, and that'll help us direct the classroom. And then from there, we'll kind of get into some, also, like I said, the direction will just sort of naturally flow out of this. And just reminding you, for everyone involved with the class and everybody listening, that these circles, these sacred spaces are created as practice for us to be able to practice talking about metaphysical topics that we don't normally always get a chance to talk about in everyday normal culture. So this is about practice. So just keep that in mind, let loose, and have fun. So with that said, I just actually want to get the circle started by passing it over to Thomas. And this is Thomas Pizel, and some of you will actually recognize his name. He's been a guest on Paradigm Shift Radio in the past. He is an author of a book all about lucid dreaming and dream exploration. He's in the Journey to Lucidity movies, and I was actually fortunate to run into him at the Lucidity Festival that I was at this year as well. So, Thomas, welcome to Dream Class. Thanks so much for making it in here.
Hey, Brendon. And hey, everybody.
Awesome.
Hey, so what brings me here? Well, I've been lucid dreaming since I was really young, since I was probably 8. And I'm just here to support others and to talk about it and help if I can in any way that I can.
Cool, awesome. And yeah, like Thomas does have a lot of good perspectives and ideas and tips, so I'm looking forward to just being able to see how we'll be able to integrate that into the class. So from there, we'll pass the talking stick around. I'm just gonna, since we literally have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have a full class. We have 10 people in here, give or take. So I'm just gonna go from left to right on my screen. So we'll pass it over to AJ next. So AJ, if you want to just tell people what brings you here to Paradigm Shift Dream Class.
Hey, I'm AJ. I've been lucid dreaming for quite some time, since I was really young as well. It's something that's always interested me, and I like to get different perspectives. And I'm also doing a dream study with supplements now. So, just want to hear everybody's feedback and maybe gain some more information.
Awesome, cool. Well, thanks for being here, AJ. And FYI, for people listening into this, if you're looking to connect with people that you hear on the show, you'll be able to find the links for their profiles on Facebook and other things in the show notes for the episode, which are through the main Paradigm Shift Central website. So that will be under the Paradigm Shift Dream class for May 17th. So from there, thanks again, AJ. We'll pass it over to Amelia. So Amelia, if you'd like to share with us what brings you to Dream Class.
Hi, I'm Amelia. Because there are no such thing as coincidences, I've been finding some information that kind of blew my mind a little bit, and then the lucidity documentaries came across my path, and I decided this is something I really wanted to get involved in.
Awesome. Cool. Okay, and thanks, Amelia. And a special shout out to Amelia because she's in Alberta and she's Canadian and I'm Canadian and Steve-O's in here and he's Canadian and Jeremy's Canadian, so we got a good mix of Canadians and Americans and all sorts of people all across the world. It's good. The dreamers are waking up all across the world. That's what's happening. So cool. Thanks, Amelia. All right, so we'll pass it over to Ashley. So Ashley, would you like to unmute yourself and tell us what brings you here? Sorry, Ashley, check your microphone again. I know you just unmuted yourself. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Ashley. I'm here because I want to learn how to expand the conscious mind, and I want to learn how to help people at a greater level and a deeper level, and I want to be able to turn my dreams and kind of be able to use that for creativity use in the real world and try to put those dreams that I have in some way or some form, if I can, into an application in the real world so I can create media. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. I like that idea. That's something that I'm interested in sort of getting more into is how we can use dreams as a space for generating inspiration and new ideas, and then yeah, like you said, kind of taking concepts related to dreaming and bringing it into real world applications. So yeah, there's definitely lots to talk about there. So cool. Thanks for being here, Ashley. Good to see you again.
No problem.
Cool. All right. So next we'll pass it over to Jeremy. So Jeremy, shout out to Jeremy. He's a fellow shifter from Paradigm Shift London, Ontario, Canada. And Jeremy, what brings you here to Dream Class?
Well, two reasons. One is that I love coming to these, and I'm really interested in the subject. And I have been actually having a lot of lucid dreams recently, like I was saying, with the 5-HTP supplement that I've been taking at night. But also, I'm actually taking kind of an interesting course right now through my university about online education techniques and online learning. And so I'm kind of also doing a little bit of a double agent thing here and just kind of studying the format of this type of class format, because I'm taking a class on different types of online classes. So it's kind of interesting. So.
Cool. Awesome. Well, again, thanks for being here, Jeremy. And yeah, Jeremy is also an expert, or at least very well versed in astrology. And so if anybody wants to learn anything about astrology, maybe we'll be able to. We'll see. Do astrology and lucid dreaming correlate? Do we have different dreams during different times of the year because of our different suns and signs and all sorts of things? So we'll be able to explore some of that as we keep going. So, well, thanks again, Jeremy, and we'll pass it over to Kyle. Kyle is in here. Yeah, Kyle's good. So, Kyle, if you want to unmute your microphone, you can tell us what brings you to Dream Class.
I'm here at Dream Class. This whole deal, man. When it really just goes back to when I started getting into, started tapping into all these different energies. A long time ago when I was a child, and I don't know, man, I started seeing you, following you, and then seeing all the correlations and everything that you built just clicked in my mind, and I was like, wow, that's really crazy, you know, like someone had split a piece of my mind, put it somewhere else, and it built, you know, something, and given me the opportunity to just jump in and do the same thing, you know, like start the same thing here in my community and being part of this paradigm shift thing, you know, on its fullest level. So here, every step.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being here, Kyle. And yeah, shout out to Kyle. He's getting a paradigm shift community started where he is in Delaware. And just as a little heads up for people, for those of you interested in this project, again, you know, it functions on multiple levels. And one of the key things is we're creating physical paradigm shift communities which focus on open-minded discussion meditation circles. So this is like a digital version of the physical meetings that we have. And just again, as an invitation, the next hangout that we have on Thursday, May 19th, is an admin meeting for the Paradigm Shift community. So if you're thinking about creating a paradigm shift community where you are, just learning more about shifting paradigms where you are, then please feel free to tune in for that hangout as well. So again, that's May 19th, Paradigm Shift Admin Hangout. So cool. And Kyle will, yeah, looking forward to getting more synced up with you and seeing things grow where you are. And this will definitely be a good place to generate some ideas, I'm sure. So thanks for being here, man.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Cool. All right, so we'll keep going here, and we'll pass it over to Sherman. So, Sherman, you've been around the Paradigm Shift community a while, so it's good to see you again. And what brings you here to Dream Class tonight? And,
hey, everybody.
And just if you can just yell really, yeah.
Oh, my mic is.
There we go. There we go. Okay, never mind. Yes.
Sorry, guys. Hi, my name is Sherman. I guess I'd be kind of an old G shifter. I just love the shift community, what it represents, and I myself am really here for, I guess, more applicationary measures. I'm not so much a dreamer myself, so I guess anything I can really do to get me back into the dreaming regular state would be most appreciated. So that's what I guess main reason why I'm here and what I hope to obtain from the class.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks, Sherman. And yeah, you know, again, what makes this class interesting, what makes the study of dreaming interesting is that everybody's kind of at a different place. Everyone's kind of in a different level of practice. And some people lucid dream by default. Some people have to work really hard to be able to achieve lucid dreaming. And being able to honor that, I think, is an exciting part of the discussion. So we can share techniques and explore different methods together. And ultimately, this space, part of the intention behind it is to help encourage each other to develop more discipline with our practices if that's something we're interested in. So yeah, really looking to earn those lucid experiences as we step into them. So yeah, get ready. Cool. All right, so we'll pass it over to Steve-O next. So Steve-O, if you would like to introduce yourself and just what brings you here to Dream Class?
Hi, I'm Steve-O. What brings me here is I just want to learn more about lucid dreaming. I haven't done any myself yet. Well, maybe once I think I was close, but I think I scared myself back out of it. But yeah, I just want to learn more. I only awoken to the whole world back in 2012, and I discovered your paradigm shift about 2 years ago, and I think I've watched about 30% of your videos. You got a lot of videos out there, brother.
600 of them.
but yeah, I just want to learn more and to share, wake other people up, say hey.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thanks for being here, Steve-O. Really appreciate it, and glad to see we got your microphone working this time. So that's perfect.
Yeah,
awesome.
It's a lot better.
Awesome. Cool. All right. So with that said, we got one more person here within the full circle, and then that will bring us back to going in more directions. But we'll pass it over to Tyler next. So Tyler, welcome to the Dream Class, and what brings you here to Dream Class? And just double check your mute button.
That would help out a little bit, but I'm an old school dreamer. Growing up as a child, I used to lucid dream nightly, and it would get to the point where my dreams would be almost like a mesh of like spider web, and I would have all these weird events happening to me in my dreams, and I would try to switch them over to my realities, and I would just kind of be back and forth in two different spots in my life. And growing up as a child, I'm not sure whether it be, life circumstances or just my personal way of living, but I've been pretty detached from it, and I'd like to find a way to connect to it.
Awesome. Well, definitely, man. This is a good place to help get some ideas flowing. So thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it. Cool. All right. So, okay, guys. So now that we've gotten through the introductions, I will just say, again, for anybody who's tuning into this live, please feel free to be a part of the discussion, even if you're not in the video chat, by joining the live chat on the website. So within the main website, you'll see the button in the bottom right that says live chat, and you can launch that. And if you have any questions or comment, please just feel free to contribute through there as well, and we'll keep an eye open in that spot. So with that said, when it gets into dreams, and FYI guys, just technical wise, when we're not talking, we'll just have our microphones muted in the background. Perfect. That sounds awesome. So so again, you know, like, if anybody is listening to this class, I really encourage you to also go back and check out the previous classes that we have had on within the Dream class, which would have been May 3rd prior to this, because there was a lot of topics that we covered there, and we'll cover similar themes. But I mean, as for myself, you know, like, I really like to sort of, before we even get started, it's kind of like stepping back and just being like, what are dreams? And my short answer to this, something I've said numerous times, and we'll see how quickly I can explain it this time, or efficiently rather, but from my understanding and my own experience, the dreams that we experience every night, the dream space rather, is I explain it as this: it's closer to where we are actually from. And what I mean by that is that before we come into this physical body, we're kind of in the higher dimensions, or the astral, and things are more nebulous, and thoughts create more instantaneously, and there's different laws, and physics aren't quite the same as they are within this density, and things, you know, you can teleport, you can create. We can talk more about that. What are the things we can do within a lucid dream? And then so every night when we dream, this is opening us up into our multidimensional nature as humans, where we have our physical body and then we have our astral body, and we experience our astral body traveling into the astral realms, which are this infinite hyperdelic connected network that's almost that is a shared space, at least from my best guess, and that's again something we'll talk about, where again, like, we can learn, we can gain experience, and we can ultimately bring that experience. That experience is always kind of encoded into our spirit, into our soul, but as we become more aware within our dreams, we have the ability to become more conscious of what it is that we're experiencing and learning within the dream space. So dreams are a great way for us to be reminded and to become more aware of how much our thoughts actually create within the dream space and within this reality. So the intention of this class is to, yes, build community, and it's also to encourage us to become better dreamers within the dream, within the waking dream and the sleeping dream, understanding that they're still one in the same. So that's kind of my short answer as to what it is that we're talking about here. But I'd be curious, again, just kind of passing it over to what we can refer to. Thomas, he, having written a book, it's safe to say that he is a qualified expert, if we want to use that term, on dreams. And Thomas, if from your perspective, why should we be interested in studying dreams and dream exploration, lucid dreaming? What are the benefits?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it sounds good.
You said it. I mean, you said it, man. It's so if we look at science, it says we have no idea what dreams are. So we start from that, and we're like, oh, so we have to know through direct experience, and that's the beauty of dreaming is. You can't really tell someone, oh, these are important. You have to really experience them for yourself. And you touching upon the fact that it points to a bigger picture, a bigger story of who we really are, that we're more than just physical beings. We all dream. We have access to them every single night. Aware of them just as rich and vivid as the waking world. It's not. They have a present moment just as real as this, and waking up to that is being lucid. And that's just the beginning. That's just like graduating into second grade, and you're like, oh, cool. Now we're going to learn how to, I don't know, learn our colors and learn how to interact in this world. It's just the beginning. It's us entering into that world, and that is a multi-layered. It gets more subtle and more subtle as we go. So, big picture, it says that we are multidimensional beings, and then we have access to them.
Oh, I think we got a little bit of a glitch on Thomas's end. But yeah, no, Thomas. Go ahead, Thomas. I think we
in our dreams first. I think that's like the first step, but.
See, he's coming choppy on your guys' end too, right? It's not just me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Thomas, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but yeah, you're just kind of cutting in and out. But just let me know, and we'll be able to get back into that. But again, let's pass that same conversation around to other people in the circle. Why do you guys feel we should be interested in learning more about dreams? And if anybody wants to answer that first, just go ahead. You guys can kind of unmute your microphone to jump in on that. So why should we be interested in studying dreams?
I'll comment on it.
Kyle, go ahead.
I kind of had that running in my mind when he was kind of explaining that to us when he was going on in his thing, about how we don't know what it is. I think it's part of our super consciousness awakening. Like you said, our thoughts, are the paint on the canvas of reality. So as we go into, and it transfers over into daydreaming as well, because when you get into a daydreaming state, you're still dreaming. It's not the same, but you'll notice how if you're daydreaming, it is a lot more lucid because you can control what you're doing, but it also depends on how vivid of a daydreamer that you could be and how far into that trance that you can get. So that's a different way of looking at it, but while you're in the waking reality and tapping into your ultimate super consciousness and allowing that flow of energy, and as you create it, then you're in a different plane, you're on a different level of vibration and frequency. So as you're thinking it and painting the reality, it's stuck into the reality on a greater level. You know what I mean? So I believe that as we're dreaming, at first it's a way of teaching you how and guiding you, and then it evolves into you're building your reality for your waking state while you're in these dreams.
For sure.
It's a higher level of thinking and consciousness. And so by tapping into a lucid state and traveling through these different worlds that are in your mind and outside, you start to build a reality around you in your waking state.
For sure, man. Yeah, go ahead, Ashley. You wanted to respond to that?
Yeah, I definitely think, we dream for a reason, and I feel like, sleeping, it helps, regenerate the body and helps it, rest. And I feel like it's a time where you're reflecting in a way, and you're kind of, settling down and actually kind of, delving deep within your mind. And, I believe that, dreams have meaning to it. And sometimes it's really difficult to kind of break that down, and sometimes it's a little bit easier. But I feel like it's important to kind of pay attention to them. And I recommend dream journaling and trying to break it down, kind of trying to understand, okay, why do I think I'm dreaming this? Especially when it comes to reoccurring dreams and things of that matter. Because they're really trying to get your attention to really point out something important that you could either, learn about, or something you need to work on in your life to make you a better person or to bring you better opportunities. And yeah, it's a great thing.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, I agree. And even, what Kyle was saying, and just this bigger idea gets really interesting of do you think, does it work this way? And this is a question I'm just kind of asking for the group as well. If we create things within our dreams, does it bleed over into this reality? Is that an actual idea? And this is, where you can get into ideas of healing dreams and say, you have a dream with a friend where maybe you guys in your dream you literally do healing. You see an old friend you haven't seen in a while and you share a conversation with them, and it really allows you personally to heal. And then maybe that next day that encourages you to literally contact them, which creates a synchronicity of events that occurs to you healing in the first place. Sometimes dreams can sort of foreshadow events, and they can also help initiate events within this reality. And then it kind of works both ways, where sometimes the dreams are feeding into this reality, and then sometimes we're feeding into the dreams, which then feed back into this reality. So it's kind of like there's multiple creation coming from both angles on that. But I'll just putting that question out there if anybody wanted to respond to that. Does it work that way? If we create within our dreams, does it affect this reality?
I guess I'll go on this one.
AJ, go ahead. And then Sherman.
When it comes down to dreaming in itself, for me, it's I like how it was put, like it's a personal experience, and there's layers to the way that dreams are for me. I like dreaming only because it was my own personal space that nobody could really mess.
Oh, AJ, you cut out there. I'm not sure what happened. His mic's usually pretty good, actually. So, all right, we'll check back in with AJ in a second. Sherman, you had your hand up earlier? If you want to jump in, if Sherman's still there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome. I do think they affect each other, only because kind of going off of the whole as above, so below. Depending on how far you take the philosophy, if you will, it's kind of like if we're our own creators, there we go. Then it's kind of almost an of course thing. Then of course we're kind of almost, maybe in a sense, creating it as we go. So one kind of requires the other for them both to work. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely still something to explore a bit more. I just wanted to check in. Does Thomas have his microphone working yet? Is Thomas there? Hey, Thomas, can you? I see you unmuted yourself. Are you there? Okay, maybe not. All right. Well, I think he is. I think he's just trying to get it figured out. Thomas, you might have to join and rejoin, or exit and rejoin. Okay. Does anybody else have any general comments that they would just like to contribute? Again, relate to the broader question of why we should be interested in dreams, or why you're interested in dreams personally, perhaps. Looks like AJ just joined again. AJ, did you want to try going back to where you left off?
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that it was my own personal space that I had that I could claim my own. And when it came down to really understanding and relating, that's when I started to really play with dreams. And becoming lucid was something I've been able to do for quite some time. But on the understanding about creating inside of a dream, as for personal experience, it does have an effect on reality. I think that's where a lot of, I might not construct the construct around the dream itself. I'll end up in a place. But when I'm in the dream and I realize that I've had dreams to where I was able to either heal or I was under spiritual attack, and I had to basically call out to my higher power and ask for help to get rid of whatever evil entity was coming after me or doing anything. And within that space, I was able to gain strength, which then carried over into the natural world. Whenever I faced certain adversities, I was able to use sort of that same strength that I found in the dream world. It was like a training ground. I guess that's the best way to place it. The dream doesn't hurt me, but it has me go through an experience, and I can adapt that to my regular life and say that, okay, in the dream world, this is my training ground for what I have to do in my reality. And so there were obstacles that I had to face and certain things that came along. But I think that's the beauty of dreaming for me. It's a free space to go ahead and to grow, and it is multi-layered. My dreams when I was younger are not the same that I have now. The nightmares that I used to have aren't as prevalent now. So, that's what I like to play around with.
Yeah. I like what you said. There's definitely a topic of interest to me, the idea that dreams are like this training virtual scenario sort of thing. It's like it literally trains dreams are like this virtual reality simulation of experience. And this was something I mentioned in the past broadcasts of, like are they real? What is real? And for me, I boiled it down to this idea of, if you can have an experience out of something, then by my definition, that makes it real. If you can learn something from something, that is what makes it real. It's not just like the external that defines whether it's real. It's what you are capable of processing that allows it to be made real in some way. And then I got into this other idea, and I'll just plant this just for you guys to think about. But I got into this concept, and this is only something I've literally started integrating into my thought process within the last month, and it may actually be new to some of you guys. It may even be new to Thomas, actually. But it's this idea of, like, okay, let's not assume that dreaming is an epiphenomenon of consciousness and these physical bodies. What if like there are higher dimensional aspects to this reality, and everything is very articulated at this level, and the human body is more than just an accident. It's actually like very intentionally created. And what if, this is the idea, if we start thinking about dreams as something closer to just a side effect of falling asleep, and actually something closer to a cosmic technology, something that has actually been manufactured and intentionally created so that we as humans have this ability to like still be physical and then still be capable of learning all of these multidimensional astral experiences every night then we go to sleep. So it's not, I mean, for me, like, this wasn't, I always thought like, oh, dreams just happen. But like, what if dreams literally don't just happen? What if they intentionally happen because the hyperdelic technology was created as a scenario by a higher level of intelligence, or a higher dimensional perspective of intelligence? If that makes sense to you, I actually just I'll pass it over to Thomas. So Thomas, has that thought ever crossed your mind, the idea of dreams being a higher dimensional technology, so to speak?
Am I on now? Can you
yes,
see me?
We're good. We're good.
Oh, you nailed it on the head. So, for me, when I think of why we dream to remember who we are. So we dream to remember that this is a layer. Who we really are is consciousness. Is this pure, boundless, limitless, radiant, clear awareness. And we come down into form, taking on these subtle bodies, denser and denser and denser, until we reach a physical body. We have to be physical. I mean, there's a reason why we're physical beings. You guys know in the astral, a thought literally becomes your reality. So you think something and it manifests very quickly. It's a little slower here, and I think that's good. That this is more of like a training ground to master our thoughts, to master our emotions, and this is like a slow preschool to then rise back up. So we dream to remember. It's just the first inkling of, oh yeah, I remember I'm also this non-physical being. Oh, and then beyond that, it goes even further.
For sure. Yeah, I definitely, like, I mean, I know there's still a lot more to talk about, and we'll just kind of bounce around a little bit more, but I'd like to be able to get into some practical tips soon. Does anybody have any thoughts going back to the idea of dreams being a higher dimensional technology, or that slight shift of the paradigm, and whether or not that makes sense to you? Or because again, for me, it makes sense within this idea of like how we choose to interact, because literally you could think about it like every night you go to sleep, you're just like, all right, I am logging into the dreamverse, to the hypernet, and again, within this hypernet, like, it's not that much different from the internet, because the internet is a reflection of what we actually are. And within the dreamverse, this is something, we'll be able to talk more about. We get into these ideas of being able to access information, being able to perceive things, and being able to explore beyond linear time. And then we get into the ideas of like astral projection and remote viewing and things like that. So it's this idea of non-locality, and dreams give us that immediate access to it. But again, I just want to open up to anybody else who has some thoughts on just like what this dream space is, and how it can be utilized. Like why is it there? What can we do with it, really? Does Kyle, did you want to say something? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
absolutely. If it were a manufactured technology in the manner of your speaking, is that be of extraterrestrial design then? Obviously, right?
I wouldn't be
I'm not going that far per se,
yeah.
but technically speaking, it would be of extraterrestrial design. Something like that for me would go hand in hand, so it makes perfect amount of sense.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, like I wouldn't be too quick to refer to it as extraterrestrial, so to speak. I mean, higher
Well, the word
dimensional.
terrestrial, yeah.
Yeah. But because I mean, I mean, defining something just based on whether or not it's terrestrial or extraterrestrial, like I think extraterrestrial would just sort of be like it is that, but it's actually more than that because just saying.
I am kind of using it in a way that of being a higher level of planar existence, not exactly aliens floating around in ships isn't really what I'm referring to.
Yeah. Extra dimensional. Yeah.
Dimensional, kind of like above, just an astral plane, a version of an astral plane.
Yeah, and then again, like within some of the topics of dream exploration, and we'll ask Thomas about this later, but you actually get into this idea of there being like multiple levels to the dream world. Like it's not literally just the physical and the astral. Like there's physical and the astral, and then there's like the mental plane and the light plane or the spiritual plane. Different people have different names for them and things like that. But again, like even the idea that when we're in the astral planes, that's still just like scratching the surface, so to speak. And then what's interesting is that again, when we're talking about a lot of these paradigm shifty topics, we want to be able to talk about how they can connect dots between other things. So for me, it's important to just keep in mind how topics related to psychedelic experiences can actually help us understand more about the dream space, just in correlation to it being this idea that within the dream space, it's us like opening up or accessing a bigger perspective of what this reality is, and for some people who've had particular psychedelic experiences, they'll especially like inner journeys and everything, they'll be able to tell you that they've gone places, they've seen things, and they're like in some ways almost like beyond the realm of just dream space, so to speak. So I was actually, I'll just, Thomas, I was just mentioning just before you walked away the idea of there being multiple levels to like the dream dimensions and things like that, like related to there being like, okay, so Thomas just said to drop out, but we'll ask him when he gets back. But yeah, just passing the talking stick around. I mean, I know there's a few things mentioned there related to like multiple dimensions or even. Okay, I think Thomas is back. Thomas, are you familiar with the idea of like within the explanation of what dreaming and the dream space is, of there being like multiple levels? Like there's not just the astral, there's the astral, and then there's like other levels to that, and maybe does that correlate to helping us be able to understand things a little bit better in any way?
Yeah, so I mean, in all mystical traditions, it would begin with the source, or you could call it multiple names, but it would, from there comes, or why don't we start from the very bottom, which is the physical world. This is the very densest. Above this is like the astral, and it's really kind of a messy area. You're kind of like, it's a lot of our thoughts, it's a lot of our subconscious and our unconscious, and that's where we're going when we're dreaming. Actually, it would be more etheric would be in between it, which is when you're sitting and you're thinking of being on a beach. Your etheric is like your double, your almost your imagination. Then astral, then your mental. When you enter into a mental body, there is no time or space. There's no distance. You're a simple thought, an intention, a concentrated focus can get you to a different place, to a different time. In my experience, that's as far as I've gone. So I know that is still not all there is.
Might I ask a question to Thomas?
Sure.
Go ahead, AJ. Yep.
This is something that has occurred. It hasn't occurred since I was younger, but I don't know exactly how to describe it, and because you have a little bit of knowledge, maybe you can help me out. I had on 4 occasions dreams that I would go to sleep. I would have a full, I would say, nightmare, like a choose your own nightmare sort of scenario, and I would play out a nightmare, and then I would wake up from the nightmare in my bed. Room is still the same, and I would get up to go to the bathroom, and I would realize that I'm still in a dream. I would play out another scenario. Now, this is another 8 hours, we'll just say, of time in my mind that has passed. And I would play out this scenario. I would lay back down and I would wake up and I'm still in a dream. I'm still in a dream. So it got to a point to where uh, I didn't know the difference sometimes between reality and dream state, or if I was going to be stuck in that state for a long time. And it scared me to go to sleep for a very long time because I didn't feel like I had control once I went into the dream state of necessarily getting out when I should have gotten out. Is that a part of a multi-layer, or is that just a specific cycle within that? And all these dreams were extremely lucid at the same time. So that, I just made the question.
Yeah, I've had the same experience where you can't necessarily get out, but and false awakenings where you get up and you think, oh, I'm just starting my day, and then you wake up again, and then
right,
and then you wake up again. That's a normal thing.
So false awakening is what it is.
Yeah, false awakening, exactly.
Okay.
If you're lucid, though,
yeah, lucid.
You know, the beauty, what I love about dreaming is like what, and I think Brendon, you touched upon this, is you're always safe. So you start with this. Here we have access to this rich inner world. It's the very beginning of it, and this is our playground. We're allowed to play here. We're allowed to be safe. Worst case scenario, you wake up, and it's also the most universal experience. So all of us dream. So Sherman, if you're, you mentioned like you want to jump back into it, knowing that you already are dreaming. It's just whether or not you're doing so consciously or unconsciously. Just like we're all breathing right now, and whether you're doing so consciously or unconsciously, we can just put our awareness to things. So really just developing dreaming is putting your intention and attention to it. You go to sleep expecting it, getting curious, opening yourself up to it. It's a very feminine, passive thing. It's not later down the road we bring our masculine like consciousness and will to it, but at first it's this passive. I mean, we talk about falling asleep. It's this surrender. It's this falling. It's this release. So it's come back to the very square one where it's very fun. And if you find yourself having a false awakening, accept it. There's always this first part before you can change anything in the waking world or in the dream world. You have to accept it. But I would, yeah. So that would be a false awakening, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Thomas, kind of on that, like, do you have any logical explanation as to like how it's possible for there to be dreams within dreams within dreams, and is there ever an end to that? Like, what is that reflecting within the bigger picture? Can we make sense of that in using our logical mind?
I hate using the logical mind. It's the worst. You know, I don't know the answer to that, but I know from my own direct experience how reality is multi-layered, and it's really a matter of frequency or vibration. And I even hate using those words because it's more of a feeling or like a lightness. Or when we talk about entering into higher worlds, it's not even, these worlds exist here and now. It's a matter, just like you could be in a really bad mood or you could be in a really light and happy mood. You're shifting, your paradigm shifting right there. So a lot of these realms are based on feeling and your state of consciousness, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, and just adding on to that, the idea of like dreams within dreams within dreams. For me personally, and if anybody else has anything they want to add on to this, and we'll keep bouncing around some more topics and get into some practical stuff in a minute. For me, it does just sort of reflect a common theme found throughout reality of things fitting within things fitting within things, and we can look at this and refer to it as sacred geometry and fractals, and how the spiral of our fingertip is the same spiral of a galaxy, that as above, so below concept. So I mean, the universe has a tendency to create like dimensions aren't just like a thing where it's like a vibratory level, and it can get very woo woo. You can think of dimensions just on levels of perception. So like we have the dimension of looking at Earth, and then we have the dimension of looking at a country, and then we have the dimension of looking at a city, and the dimension of looking at a body, and then inside that we have the dimension of looking at our cellular body, and then inside the cellular body it gets like it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, yet each one is not actually small, each one is infinitely complex. So within dreams it seems natural to like, if and when possible, like it has that potential to like go into another dimension, yet that doesn't mean it gets smaller, it doesn't mean it necessarily gets bigger, it just like keeps opening up into a new place, a new space, though I don't know if new is the right word or whatever. But yeah, again, so yeah, and just like again, like within looking at how humans work, we have a tendency to create worlds within worlds within worlds. So like, from a higher dimensional perspective, we came into this physical body, and now within this physical body, we're creating virtual reality. And then, what happens? Like, do we eventually log ourselves into the matrix and then forget that we're in the matrix and then start creating virtual reality within that virtual reality? Again, it's just kind of, not to really say there's an answer to that question, but it just does sort of reflect this idea of there being a pattern that we see of dimensions within dimensions within dimensions. So long story short, for me, it makes sense that within the dream space, that's just a natural thing. But actually knowing that is interesting, and I'll just plant this seed because, when you get lucid, I encourage you guys to do this because it's something I'm working towards too. Consider the option of going, like, become lucid and then meditate within your lucid dream, and you actually have the potential to from there go into a deeper space within your dream. And even for you guys who have turned into the global meditations that we do, those are almost like guided waking dreams, and you guys who've experienced those, you'll know that we actually do that. We'll meditate within our meditation that takes us into another level of the meditation. So yeah, it's very it's very interesting how that kind of works. So I don't know if anybody had any particular thoughts on that, but just opening it up, if anybody even just has any other questions that they want to ask for the group, we can just kind of steer the conversation that way as well. Does anybody want to do that? Does anybody want to ask a question to the group related to something in particular about dreams that they might want some more insight about at this moment?
I was gonna say about the dreams within dreams thing. I think that makes a lot of sense with how my understanding of consciousness in general is that it's sort of a upward siphoning of energy and experience. And so I think it would make sense that any sort of experience is just an amalgamation of a bunch of different smaller experiences that are or distant experiences. And it makes sense that any experience that we have is composed of other smaller experiences, and that those small experiences in themselves could be giant experiences as well. So that might not, I don't know, it might make sense. To me, it does. I don't know, but
yeah. Well, again,
it's like
go ahead.
I've been watching. It's like fractals, It's like you zoom in on any one fractal and you see it there. But yeah. I mean, there's the whole another fractal there, and eventually you zoom far enough and you get back to the original point, kind of. But I think that I really do believe in the whole theory of consciousness as being sort of the observer of the universe, and I think that every part of this universe seeks to be observed in some way. And so I'm not really sure what the nature of consciousness is itself, like what type of technology it is. I think speculating on that is, I think if we were to know, we would probably mess it up, and so it might be kept a mystery from us on purpose. And like, imagine if like McDonald's got a hold of like the technological backdoors to the soul, we would have like McDonald's advertisements like beamed into our brains, like into our soul, into the depths of who we are all the time. So, and they're probably watching this right now, as you know. So just find out, because this is the cutting edge technology group right here, right? So, no, but I think that even to the higher level beings, I imagine that dreaming is still a mystery. So, and I think that maybe once to understand would be a different state of consciousness altogether. I mean, if you could just like fall back from the screen, the universal screen of consciousness, and see the machinery behind it all, I mean, that suggests that you're really somewhere else. And if you have glimpses of that, that's pretty cool. But yeah, and maybe some people have had those glimpses before. So, but I guess what I was talking about was more of what's on the other side of that screen, what consciousness is observing, and as the universe, so each inanimate object, like, for example, there's these atoms in this mouse want to be observed, right? Everything in the universe is like clamoring to get inside of our minds, I think. So that's that's how I think of the function of consciousness. So it would make sense that if the whole universe is sort of going into different states as it's being observed in different ways, that we would all experience them differently and at the same time, because it's the universe itself that's shifting around. And so it'd be like, it's almost like the weather at that point. It's like some crazy dream. It's like a nice day. Everybody sees the same day, but they have a different experience of that same day. But everyone has their own day that they had. It's all the same, but it's all different in that sense. So,
Cool. I like what you said there. The idea that consciousness like wants to be observed, or the universe wants to be observed. That's interesting. Eyes are everywhere. Cool.
For sure. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, guys. We'll go ahead, Thomas. Yep.
Yeah, I want to add something. I like what Jeremy was saying. Just from the perspective of like a mystical tradition, we want to access our dreams. We want to be lucid in them, because it's from these higher, I don't want to say higher, it's from these more subtle worlds that the physical reality comes about. So we literally want to have access to that, because this is where reality starts. So what is the source? Where's the source of creation? And it goes finer and finer to where, like, oh, this is where our thoughts generate. Oh, this is where our emotions generate. So if you have access consciously to these higher realms, you can, in a sense, change reality. You can go to the source of it rather than affecting literally the effect here. So there's a causal realm. There's something's happening. Our thoughts are occurring on a level that's source, and we want to have access to that. So, and in so have access to creating reality itself. And when these things are said that they're secret and we don't want to talk about them openly, it's not necessarily that way. It's because these are states of consciousness that are not accessible to everyone. So I wanted to just bring up the fact that, like, behind each level, there's always a guardian. There's always a threshold. There's always you could call it a nightmare. You could call it some sort of, McDonald's can't get to that place because there needs to be purity. There needs to be, you can't enter into those levels without a level of pureness and stillness, if that makes sense. So for a corporation to be up there, that would be funny. Does that make sense? That there's this threshold between each one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think
so. That's the beauty of changing nightmares, and like behind that dragon, behind that terrible, terrifying, potent nightmare is always a treasure. That's the whole classic story. So there's always a treasure behind it, and that dragon is not a dragon. It's your power. It's your It's actually you, and it's part of you. So to reclaim it, to go through it with acceptance. This is what we can learn to do when we're lucid. We can face these things with poise. We can face them with confidence, knowing, worst case I wake up, but best case I go through it and I heal myself and I expand my consciousness.
Yeah. Jeremy, did you want to reply to that? I got something else afterwards, but
but I really liked what you said there at the end, almost like dreaming as a type of battling or something like this, where it's like, what's the worst that can happen? It's like I kind of like the adventure that you posed there with like this kind of idea of dreaming as sort of this battlefield like that, where you potentially could lose something, like I like what you're saying there at the end. But
yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's I really like that, and that actually gives us some idea for just what we can do next. But I just want to read Amelia just left a comment in the chat just to what we were talking about a couple minutes ago. But she said like learning the code for a computer instead of learning how to just use the programs. So yeah, that's kind of, a lot of people will dream, but once you start to understand the code behind the dream, you can start integrating with it. You can start interacting with it. It gets, even for myself, I like to think of the term, like, the metaphors of being, like a computer hacker or something like that. A computer hacker will diligently understand the program as best as they can so that they can weave themselves through it as effectively and as efficiently as they can, and perhaps even find like other parts within the program that other people don't even know about just on the surface level. I just want to give Amelia, did you want to share any thoughts on that, or do you want to expand on that at all if you'd like to? Just want to give you that option. She may not be there right this second. Okay. She's okay. All right, cool. Thanks, Amelia. Okay, what I was going to say, guys, is let's take the class in this direction. So we're going to get into the practical tips, but before we get into the practical tips, I'd like to explore some of the ideas of what we can do within dreams when we become lucid, in particular. So there's a lot to that, and I could sort of list off some things off the top of my head, but I'd like to just sort of pass that around to the group as well. So what can we do within dreams? What are the potentials that dreams create for us? What can we use that space for? If anybody wants to jump in on that, go ahead. Jack, Indigo Jack, go ahead, and welcome to the Hangout, man. Your microphone's still muted, even though you're muted. I think you just gotta plug something in or something. Let's give him a second there. But yeah, so there's Jack. Just let us know when you got worried. But yeah, there's a lot to what you can do in dreams, and again, it's because the dreams do not have the same quote unquote laws as this physical dimension that we're used to. I'm sure Thomas can maybe start us off. Thomas, do you want to maybe just start us off on what are some of the things we can do? Not like, yes, when we become lucid within dreams in general, but yeah, I mean kind of answering that both. Like, what can we do within dreams? ... when we're lucid as well.
Yeah, well, just from my own experience, at first when I got lucid, I was young. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't have a language to say to my parents what was going on. I flew around a lot. I went through walls. I moved things with my mind. Later, as a teenager, I would have sex with everything that was in my vicinity. And then you graduate to something else. That becomes... even in Tibetan yoga, they call the astral body the desire body. So when you enter into the astral, it's very impulsive. You see a window and you want to immediately fly. You see another person and you want to engage with them. So you really have to learn how to control that. So one thing we can do in our waking life is anytime you have a desire, it's to like, oh, I want to have this piece of cake, or I want to immediately just go and do something, and you listen to it. The practice is to wait 1 hour, and if you still want to do that thing in 1 hour, you can do it, but you really want to develop space between these desires. You want to choose them consciously, not just react to them, and this will help your dreaming. But I digress. After that, it gets really, for me, it was about healing. It's going into our dreams and really healing a lot of our past, our psyche, our fears, our limitations, our doubts. Then you can use it for creativity and inspiration. You can ask the dream itself, because everything is alive. You could ask the dream itself, show me what I need to know, or you could ask it a question, because everything is permeating with a consciousness that's intimately connected to you. Asking the dream for advice, or asking a dream guide for advice, is a beautiful thing. I think Ashley in the beginning said something about, or was it Ashley? It said something about like keeping a dream journal. I think it was, right, Ashley?
Yeah, definitely.
What we want to develop is instead of, and that's great, and that's a beautiful step. I still keep dream journals, but we want to develop our awareness in the dream world so much so that we can directly ask a dream character what they represent, rather than waking up in the morning and saying, well, what was that about? When we're lucid, we can say, what do you represent? What do you have to tell me? What do you have to teach me? Take me to this place. Or we really want to learn how to engage it in real time, directly. And then beyond that, for me, it opens us up to a bigger picture of who you are. It's so self-discovery and spiritual acceleration.
For sure. Yeah. I like something that you said there. Remind me of the idea that like the dream world functions based on based on symbols. So everything that we see has the potential to be pointing towards something else, to be representing something else. And you're right, like as we become more conscious in our dreams, we actually begin to understand the language that our dreams are speaking, which goes hand in hand with creating dream journals. You can start recognizing recurring patterns and themes and start deciphering your own dreams in that way. Does anybody else want to relate to the theme of or who had their mic open there? Was that Ashley? Ashley, go ahead. Yep.
I feel as if what Thomas was saying is if we're able to ask the dream characters what's going on and what the meaning behind it is, I think it would be great. I like having that mystery of kind of being able to, figure it out for myself, but as well as kind of like having that mix of asking the dream characters as well. I like the idea of, utilizing both, something that teaches me to kind of problem solve and think for myself and develop my own ideas, as well as, having something delivered to me when it is needed. And I think, when you dream, there's tons of times you forget what you dream, and you wake up and it kind of slipped your mind. And you're able to, ask the character, and maybe you're able to have that dream stick in your mind better, or develop in a way that's greater. So, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Cool. Thanks, Ashley. Do we want to, so continuing on the theme of what can we do within dreams? What can we do when we are just, by nature? What can we do when we become lucid? And then, again, this is working us towards getting into the practical tips of how we can become lucid and all that fun stuff that everyone wants to do as well. Indigo, you wanted to talk earlier. Is your microphone working? Go ahead. No, your microphone is not working right now, which is unusual. You might just need to rejoin. It's happened with other people, but we'll get it working. So yeah, based on anybody else, what are some of the other things that we can do within dreams? I'll just put in a couple ideas. Within dreams, like we have the potential to explore things from a non-linear perspective, meaning we can theoretically get information about quote unquote past lives. We can get information about the future that's still ahead of us within the dream space. We don't exist within this linear aspect of time, and again, so information is more accessible. So I mean, that would be one thing. Another thing would be, yeah, you can teleport. You can literally think of a place and you can be brought to it. I'll just share this quick experience though, because like Thomas was saying, you can fly within your dreams. But this is something we'll get more into later, like some of the actual specifics of lucid dreaming. I became lucid actually earlier today, and it was the first lucid experience that I had in a while. But it wasn't super successful. And what I mean by this is that when I became lucid, I was like inside of a room. It was just kind of like very generic. I think it like might have been in my house. And then within the moments I was lucid, I was just like okay, good. Like I know that I'm dreaming. I'm like, and then I like took a second and I saw like the room in front of me, and I'm like, all right, let's try floating out through the wall, like out through the ceiling. And then like I legitimately like tried doing this and tried like floating, but I like got stuck on the wall. Like I actually couldn't get through the wall properly. And this isn't something that's happened the first time. So it's interesting because again, when we get into the details of lucid dreaming, it's something that I mentioned in the previous broadcast. It's really about learning to like let go. So why am I getting stuck on the wall? It's because a part of me, even if it's like one molecule in my baby toe, still thinks that that wall is a physical object that I can't move through. So again, it's like learning how to fly is about letting go of the thought that you will fall. And when you let go of that thought, that's what allows you to fly. When you let go of the thought that the walls are keeping you in, that's when you can transcend them. So dreaming has a lot to do with like transcending mental obstacles and learning to let go. So again, that would be some of the things that we can learn how to do within our dreams, which will blend over into our real life as well. In Indigo, we'll pass it over to, or does somebody else have their mic open? Steve-O is writing a note. Steve-O's drawing a beautiful tree there. Okay, Indigo, go ahead, and then if anybody else has a comment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Well, something I want to say is a wisdom that a lot of people don't really understand. From the Indigo perspective, you got to understand that the fourth dimension is actually getting us ready to be in the fifth dimension. Whenever we're in the fifth dimension, our thoughts are going to manifest immediately. And if we're in the fourth dimension and we're in dream time and we're manifesting things that we don't desire, it's basically teaching us how to work past that. A lot of times you have nightmares, which is things that you haven't dealt with. But once we get ourselves to a place in the fourth dimension when we're dreaming and we can fly around, anything we want immediately manifest. There's no... and everything's being seen from the higher realms. They're watching us like we're their children on a certain level. And, we're not going to be put into a reality before we're ready for it. So this is kind of like the testing stage to get us into that frequency.
That's an interesting perspective. I like where you're going with that, though. Thanks, Indigo. Good to have you here again. And anybody else who wants to chime in off some of the stuff we were talking about, and we can get into some of the details of lucid experiences. Thomas, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that's a good analogy from Indigo. It's like giving a key, keys to a third grader, and you're like, hey, go drive this car. Where the car is reality and creation itself, and we're not going to take the wheel of creation until we're ready for it. So this is what is talked about with the purity and when we're talking about foundational lucidity practices, mastering, not necessarily even mastering to be lucid. You could lucid dream tonight, even if you're a mess internally. But we want to develop stability over our thoughts. We want to develop stability over our emotions. And lucid dreaming is or dreaming in general is a great way to, is a safe environment for us to interact with that and play with that and understand how our thoughts create reality.
Yeah, and on another level, if you think about it from a simplistic side of it, what if somebody gets into the fifth dimension and they're thinking about a huge elephant, and the elephant just crashes on into their reality and smushes them, it's kind of a dramatic way to say it, but if somebody's not fully ready to have every thought manifest, it can cause a lot more problems than even what we have now in our reality. So it's pretty important for us to go into that dream time and start to work through different aspects of ourselves.
Hmm. Yeah, it's definitely training. It's definitely getting us, yeah, again, becoming better dreamers within the dream. I keep going back to that phrase, and again, the dream space is when I refer to the dream, like the dream is like the holographic light matrix. It's not just like you're always dreaming. It's just multiple dimensions because it's a space where thoughts create, sort of thing. So, oh man, okay, I just had like a very interesting idea, and I'll just drop it here real quick. But the idea of like, who knows? Maybe there are actually other intelligences, other civilizations out there in the galaxy, and they're maybe this is just a story. Think of this as a story, and say they're actually humanoid, and they're very much like us, but they're just like more in tune with themselves. And say at night they actually have the potential to go to sleep and connect to the astral, like log into the hypernet, and within their conscious awareness within the astral, they could actually like connect with us here on Earth, even though they're like another star system away, so to speak. So it'd literally be like a family on another planet, and they have agriculture, and they're a farmer, and it's a husband with a wife, and then the husband's like, all right, honey, like I'm gonna go to sleep, like the humans on Earth like need some guidance. And then that's actually their role as like a higher dimensional being, is to sort of actually be able to navigate the astral space, and to know that dreams can cross over, and we can actually get into the idea of shared dream space, which again is something we'll explore more within this practice, because that's actually a specific intention within this project, is to specifically meet up within the dream space as a community, specifically at the tree with the paradigm shift sigil above it, which is the image that you see within the promo for this episode. So yeah, I mean, but again, like that's just a novel idea, but for me it's just like maybe there's realness to that. Ashley, did you have a comment on that, or?
I was just saying, it looks like you have like a novel idea. You got to start writing now.
yeah. There's a short story there, I think.
Short story, yeah.
I could totally do that, actually. So yeah, thanks for encouraging me to do that. I could post it as like a quest journal on the Paradigm Shifts website, just like a short ongoing story of other people interacting with human dream space and stuff like that. But again, like to me, it just gets into this idea of like, there's intelligences on multiple dimensions of reality, and some intelligences, their role is actually to be like guardians, so to speak, and they actually have a role within what we refer to as the astral, and there's actually teachers within the astral, and there's even what Thomas was saying, there's the idea of people, there's like the concept of like Morpheus, and Morpheus isn't just a character within the Matrix movies, but Morpheus is like a character who is like the guardian of the threshold. I believe so. And then there's the idea that you could actually like summon him, sort of thing, and it gets into some very interesting concepts of again, what we can do within dreams. Can we actually communicate with other forms of intelligent consciousness within our dreams? Some science will tell you that like, no, everything that you're dreaming is purely just like residual of what you experience in the day. But then you get into the spiritual side of things and the Aboriginal perspective, and they'll say like, no, like when we dream, we can communicate with our ancestors, and they literally use the word ancestors because they understand that like they are them, like they come from them. So like step back a bit, like we as humans, we are not like just like something, I mean, we to a degree we're new, but we are a result of something old. Like our roots go way, way, way back. And again, dreaming is helping us remember. It's helping us remember our multidimensional nature, and then ultimately giving us this unique experience of integrating it into this reality to become better manifestors, to become better creators, and to just live an incredibly more fruitful, dynamic life. I mean, when you think about it, like 90% or 80% of culture is only experiencing half of the experience that they have, meaning that they don't remember their dreams, or they don't engage with their dreams. What happens when more people can start actually looking at dreams as a valuable source for learning and growing and experiencing it just begins to expand things. So I mean, that's it's part of the paradigm shift. That's what it is that we're doing here. But yeah, well, let's get into a couple more concepts of some of the things that you can do within dreams. Does anybody else want to add in thoughts? And again, feel free to bring in personal experiences. You can be like, well, one time I had a crazy dream and I did this. Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone's ever used their dreams to confront a fear or something like this. I mean, I think using dreams almost like has anyone ever intentionally done that, or in retrospect think that they have done that? And can you give a specific example of a time which you have?
Okay, go ahead, Nico.
Well, for me personally, I was dealing with a relationship that was toxic for me, and all in my dream time, I'm able to fly. If there's any kind of situation that comes from the ground or people coming, evil energies or stuff like that, I'm able to just fly and like leave the area. Well, once I got really deep into this toxic relationship I was in, I lost my ability to fly, and it freaked me out. Like, it scared me, and I had to, all the realizations. At that point, I didn't really understand why I couldn't fly anymore, and it was just kind of fearful, because that's, an easy way to be an escape from bad situations, and no longer I have that ability. So I had to really look deep into my life. I had to really look and understand the darkness that goes into your astral body and how it weighs you down and how it actually affects you in the dream time. So after working through that experience taught me just so much about the different energies we're meshing with and the different people we have in our lives.
Did you have a dream that brought you out of that state? Was there a dream that was like the dream that kind of brought you back into your lucid dreaming, your normal lucid dreaming states that you go to? Did you have some sort of conflict in your dream that was the resolution, like you and like Darth Vader kind of thing, and then like dealt it out and you got your flying powers back on like that, though? Just kind of a more evolution, was it? So way back into those states?
Yeah, basically I was in a prison, and this prison was a metaphor for the relationship that I was in. And within this prison, there was all these different energies and guards and all this stuff. And normally I'm able to fly away from the situation, but I wasn't able to. So meaning that from a subconscious level, I wasn't able to get out of that relationship in the way that I wanted to get out of the relationship. And the prison was the metaphor for being trapped in that. So if I was able to get out of it, which I eventually did, I climbed the fence, got away, got out, and left. And after that, a very short time after, me and my ex broke up, and things changed like that. So yeah, it was a catalyst to actually change my physical life.
Amazing. Cool.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Thomas, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to share as a practical example. I would have this recurring dream with, I called him the Rat King. I don't know why, but he just seemed like he was the Rat King. And he was this guy who ran this school in the astral, and he would have all these students, and they would harm themselves. They would break their legs. They would rip their backs open, and and then heal themselves. So it was really morbiding, really gross. And he would bring me only twice. He brought me to the school, and he would just sit there and watch me. And I'm fully lucid. And this is a whole other thing to get into, but I could tell he was also lucid, or there was a presence in him he was observing how I would react to all this. And my reaction both times were to leave. I went through the walls and then flew away. And just like, that's why they call it a shadow, wherever you go, there you are. I flew to this other area, landed, turn around, there he is. He's driving a car. So when we try to escape these things, it's futile. It's like a funny horror film when you run upstairs to try to escape a nightmare or this killer. Wherever you go, there you are. So I learned you couldn't escape this thing. This thing is part of me. And finally, I resolved it. I got lucid, and no running at this time. I just sat there. I stood there, and he came at me, got so in my face, and I saw like the crystal clear, the detail of his eyes, and I breathed him in. And there's just this moment of just this acceptance, and I spit him out like an owl pellet, and he was it was all bones, and I've never seen him again. But this is an example of just a recurring dream that had to be faced, had to be accepted, and integrated into me.
Thank you. It sounds really intense. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Actually, it kind of segues. Somebody within the live chat was actually just leaving a comment. But like that, which I'm going to read in a second. But that is a topic in itself that, some people may sort of be hesitant. Again, everybody has their own relationship with dreams, and some people sort of may be hesitant about this idea of exploring lucid dreaming because they're just like, they're afraid that it may be like accessing like things that they aren't ready for, or like opening up their third eye to like more energies and everything. And for some people, that can be like overstimulating, and so forth. And I'm curious as to what anybody has any thoughts on that. Like, are there cautions that should be put out in terms of like practicing lucid dreaming and astral projection? Because I mean, depending on who you ask, some people will tell you that lucid dreaming and astral projection is like studying like satanic stuff and things like that, depending on who you ask. But we'll get into that in a second. Again, just like to help dispel any myths and everything. And any personal experiences and perspectives. But I just want to take a comment here a moment here to read a comment in the live chat. And again, if anybody listening to this, please feel free to comment in the live chat and we'll relay your conversation into the class. Jack in the live chat says, do you think, more on the physical side, do you think that areas you sleep can affect the dreams you have? Also, left brain, right brain, laying left side, right side, as to compared to laying on your back. From personal experience, just the other night, I was falling asleep on my back, and as I was drifting, something popped into my view, quote unquote, extremely fast and oddly enough quite loud, but not physically, but it snapped me right out of it. Also, when I was younger and my third eye was open, I was living in a haunted house. I had recurring nightmares and would become paralyzed with fear after the dreams. Would you say that was my third eye connecting with the energy still in the house? I also believe I shut down my third eye rather drastically in that house and haven't opened it back up to anywhere near where I was as I was younger. So again, that's there's some people who, again, like related to the topic of lucid dreaming and everything like that, like some people have had very unpleasant experiences. You get the idea of sleep paralysis, you get the idea of like old hag syndrome, you get just into the concept of like really bad nightmares, and again, depending on what perspective you're looking at, you get into the idea of people saying, well, like, careful, if you're opening up your third eye, then you're opening yourself up to interaction with other entities, and that can be like a dangerous thing or whatever. I'm just curious, just as if anybody has any perspectives on that, and how much, how much quote unquote caution should one be taking within lucid dreaming. And again, everyone's experience is different. Some people may be totally fine with lucid dreaming, some people may have crazy shit happening to them, but ultimately my answer to this would just be there's a reason for it and there's a lesson behind it in some way or another. But yeah, let's pass it over to AJ, and then I think Indigo had something to say as well. AJ, go ahead.
Okay. So where do I start here? In my dreams from when I was younger, I mean, I was raised in, like I said, a very, very religious household. So I guess my subconscious was used to dealing with I guess spiritual things in nature. But my dream world, I did face a lot of nightmares, and they were very lucid. And I would like to think that my dreams were a safe place, but there was I guess a 7-year period or 8-year period to where my dream world was not safe. I would wake up with scars. I would suffer from a lot of night terrors. It was traumatic for me to fall asleep. So one of the things that I did realize that caused a lot of that for myself. And maybe empaths will be able to pick up on what I'm about to say. For me, I'm extremely sensitive to specific things and letting specific things into my spirit. If I watch a lot of blood, gore, or maybe something that it's just overdone, especially when I was younger, when I would go to sleep, it would manifest itself, and it became another reality for me. And so I had to deal with that in the dream state, but that dream then became a manifestation sort of like in my real life. And I went through a lot of things like that. So what I did was I shut down when I was younger, reading specific books, reading specific things, just because I felt like I had to. If that was something I had to cut out for myself, that's what I had to do. As I got older, there were specific things that I don't want to say. I'll just say evil entities. We'll just say that I faced in dreams, and like I was saying before, I had to call out to my higher power in a dream to help facilitate the situation. And I basically asked for a lot of my gifts to be taken away because I didn't want to have to deal with the drama of the dreaming for a long time. And all of a sudden, I didn't go through a dream state for 3 years, and I couldn't read anybody. I didn't have the same gifts that I had, and everything started coming back slowly but surely. I dream lucidly now, but I think that it's a thing to where if people do experience things to where they're having extreme difficulty, the strongest thing, and it's been said here before, is really facing the fear. For me, it was really having to figure out a way in my dream state on where I stood and who I was in that. And once I found that power, things sort of subsided, but I had to go through drastic measures to do that. And I'm still extremely sensitive, and there's certain things that I just refuse to even go there because once those, I guess, nightmares and night terrors went away, I sort of caution on really trying to delve into certain areas, not out of fear, but just out of just like, maybe I just don't need to go back down that path for me. So that's my experience.
Thanks for sharing, AJ. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's. Does anybody have any response on that? I mean, let's take a moment here. Let's address again, not opposed to just ignoring it, some of the realities that we experience within dreams. Like, is there this darker side to dreaming, or how do we want to approach that? And yeah, and Thomas, I am curious as to what your thoughts are on this, but we'll I think Kyle, do you have something to say?
Yeah. Well, I have something to say, kind of touching on all things that we've kind of gone through, and everyone's kind of said, all the way back to interacting with characters in the dreams. I think part of interacting with certain characters in dreams is people that we actually see and interact with here, whether we recognize them or not. Like, you can be friends with somebody who you don't know here, but you could be friends with them on that other side, And skipping ahead to AJ, with all your experiences in this dream state, and those, like how you would say, if you watched like a lot of bloody, gory stuff or whatever, or saw something traumatic like that, or if you were like there and witnessed part of it, and how that would manifest as an entity, that would kind of be a projection of yourself, those fears and insecurities, those things that you experienced or went through manifesting themselves, but you are the one manifesting, because it's something that you have to get over. It's something that you as the universe, you as the universe wants to fix about itself, and you are a tool that the universe is using. And if you have these gifts, if you are one of those people, then it can be kind of crazy when something like that happens, and you're like, okay, this is too much, like I want it to be taken away. I've had some similar experiences. I couldn't say I've ever had an instance where I wanted these gifts to be removed. I've had troubles with fears of them being, tampered or something like that. But I just feel like it's an extension of you trying to fix itself. It wants to heal. And by going to that level of super consciousness, you can heal yourself, and that's the process that is taking place when you're doing that. Also, maybe get one of these. This is a giant point of amethyst. Amethyst is really good for dream world stuff. This is about the size of my fist. I sleep with it. Try and sleep with it every night. If it's not on my altar, it's on the bed. It's pretty cool. I got it from a guy named Bob Cron. I'm pretty sure he's got a website that anyone can order crystals from. And if you're on the East Coast, he's in Pennsylvania, I believe. But everything that he sells is blessed and supercharged and everything. But it's so cool. Like, it's just awesome. It will help you remember your dreams, but it'll also allow you to have a lot better power and control over your dreams, and it can influence you to have more positive dreams. You can talk to them and program them just like regular white quartz crystals, and it's just a fantastic little tool to have into those energies and things like you are. So, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Kyle. And yeah, you're right. Like, that kind of opens up the potential of another question of things that we can use to integrate with our dream experiences, such as tools, such as crystals, such as binaural beats, such as different herbs and everything. And that stuff we'll definitely get into more. And yeah, just being able to even going back to Jack's question, when he was talking in the comments about being in a haunted house and stuff. This is something we can explore.
Got some stuff on that too.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like that's an interesting topic, again, just to explore when kind of observing the science of dreams. Is like, are our dreams affected by where we fall asleep within our physical setting? And from my experience, from everybody's experience, it would seem to be yes. And so, like, in the same way that some people will say they'll have a dream on a quote-unquote sacred site, or a place where there's a lot of quote-unquote energy, or ley lines or something, and they'll say, like, that will actually affect their dreams. So again, it's just like it's within the bigger realms of possibilities. But for me, like, I'm just for anybody else out there and stuff like that, and I mentioned this on the last show, like, I cleaned my room more today. For me, that was also with the intention of helping me dream better at night. By having, like, a clean room, it allows me to, like, create more of a sacred space and more intention, and turning my room into its own, like, mini temple sort of thing. So again, just by me, like, putting that idea out there, it's putting it out there with the idea of the universe sort of hearing it and echoing it back with the opportunity for me to delve more into my dreams. But yeah,
having that clean space allows you to think a little bit more clearly, because when you look around and you don't see the clutter, you're like, wow, it's really awesome. It's just clean.
Yeah.
So your mind is clear. And the only thing I have to touch on the haunted house part is, I have a really, really in-depth experience, but I'm not going to hog all this airtime and junk. But if you want to check it out, it's actually a creepypasta on YouTube. I got one of my favorite readers to write it. Well, I wrote it, but I got him to read it. One of my favorite. What are they? Narrators. The narrator is Brimstone Below, and I submitted it. If you want to check it out, it's The Stomping Grounds Part 2. That's my story. Part 1 is my buddy Cameron's. I'm trying to get him involved within this whole paradigm shift community thing as well, but he's having a little bit harder time, getting on the idea. But yeah, those are actually creepypasta stories, those experiences. So if you guys want to check it out, they're real world experiences. Mine's pretty intense. It gets really in depth into a very specific part of my life that changed me, ultimately for the better though.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Word. Cool, man. Yeah, definitely. Feel free to send me a link for that on the side, and I'll check it out.
Definitely
Maybe
will.
put it in show notes too. Yeah. So I mean, kind of wrapping things back, I think we'll let Thomas. Did you want to jump in with some stuff? We were talking about how physical setting makes a difference. We were talking about nightmares. We were talking about opening the third eye, demonic entities, and things like that. How real is this stuff, and how mindful should we be of it within our studies?
Yeah, I also wanted to touch upon what you just said about cleaning a room, making it a sacred space.
Oh, you're sorry. Go ahead. Keep talking. Your microphone was just a little crackly.
How's that?
I don't know. It seemed. Go ahead. I'm just gonna let you talk anyways. But it was kind of.
Well, first, Kyle, your lighting is awesome. I love the lighting. It's like a music video or something. You're like in a spot black light. But
Actually, Thomas, just before you go any further, can you maybe just try like unplugging your mic or plugging it back in or something? Yeah. I'll just get him to do that.
How's that?
No, you guys are hearing that too, eh? It's like it's got like a lot of static to it.
Yeah, you're coming in pretty crackly.
Yeah, and it was fine before, so.
How's that? Anything
there?
better?
That's better. That's better. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Did you hear my comment, Kyle? Your lighting's awesome. Okay,
very cool. Thank you.
Okay,
yeah,
so just
I was like, wow, what is that?
Yeah, we might as well shoot something right here. But just to touch upon, Brendon, what you just said about cleaning your room, making it a sacred space, it reminds me of what Aristotle said about that insights available from dreams are like objects reflected in water. So he was saying when the water's clear, the insights are easy to see. They're easy to be reflected back. But when the water is muddy, when the mind is disturbed or busy, it's kind of hard to make sense of what your dreams are. They kind of can seem random and weird. So what we want to do is have a very clear space and a clear mind before sleep. And just to touch upon the demonic stuff, because I was called demonic as a 14-year-old kid. This woman called me demonic when she saw me reading a book called Leaving the Body. And here I was, I had no idea what was happening in these experiences, and I was trying to learn it and understand what was naturally occurring, and she called me demonic. And I find that so bizarre still. But dreams are not all peaches and cream, as we all know. They can be scary and emotionally potent and traumatizing. So we really it can be bad if you're not stable, if you're not grounded. Dreams can scare the crap out of you and sort of give you a lot of anxiety. But for me, I've never been hurt, or I've always known I'm safe. It's never been an issue for me to know that. For me, it's a matter of identity. It's like, you could come up to me in the astral and try to kill me, and I would let you slit my throat, because that is not my body. My identity is not that physical or that astral form. So as we get higher in consciousness, we really want to expand our identity. We want to expand our understanding of who we are, and that self and other blurs and ultimately becomes there's one thing in this universe. But before that, it can feel scary. So I would just recommend being stable and being grounded when you're doing some dream practices, and really claiming your mind. Science says we have 40,000 thoughts a day. So you take that into the astral, imagine how much crazy manifestation is going to happen. So we really want to develop a clear, still mind before doing some of these practices.
Yeah. Is there anything more that we want to say within the topic of like demonic type stuff and satanic type stuff? Is it like, can we, like, is there legitimacy to that, or is there a way for us to sort of dispel that myth, or is that just like a matter of cultural perspective and everything? Because I know, like, and this is like something that's actually been popping up in the community through online stuff, where there's been like some discussion of people who are just be like, be like, yeah, the whole New Age thing is satanic, and lucid dreaming is like, like opening you up to demonic possession, and don't open your third eye and stuff like that. I mean, I think you answered it when you just said, like before you really get into this stuff, like clear your mind, ground yourself, sort of just like do that part too before you get too deep into that. But yeah, I'm just wondering because again, just sort of like as a way to keep this like safe for everyone. Like, how much attention do we need to put towards these ideas and stuff like that? I don't know if Thomas, if you had anything more to say on that. You think you already said it and stuff, but like.
Yeah, I think just important when we talk about like practical stuff, like how do I get lucid and what kind of foundational practices do I need? For me, foundational is developing your mind, your thoughts, your stillness, which is really your will, which is your strength of awareness, not your power that you exert, but will is your ability to focus single-pointedly. When we want to replicate the idea of sleeping. So when we sleep, we let our body physically fall asleep. If we can get into that sort of trance state when we're awake, when we can kind of put our body to sleep, yet we remain present, the observer, that witness behind it all can remain present. Now we're learning how to exit the body at will. So to do that, you really need to be able to focus on one thing for a long period of time and relax.
Yeah, and like if there is like some sort of practical tip people want to sort of integrate and stuff like that, you can get into this idea of like imagining yourself surrounded in white light and like being safe and everything like that. Because I mean, again, depending on how multidimensional you want to get at this, people will tell you be like you are protected. There's and that gets into the idea of it's not even just you. There's like guides and guardians and everything like that, and they're actually sort of helping within this process. But at the same time, don't be afraid of nightmares because, like Thomas said, like there's something behind that. There is a reason for that. Again, somebody might have like a recurring nightmare over and over and over and over again, so that they get to the point where finally they become lucid enough to like transform that nightmare, and then out of that it creates like this crazy empowering experience for them that they wouldn't have been able to experience had it not been for those nightmares previously. So again, it's not just about like scary and not scary, good and bad. When you sort of understand that it all is just lessons, that allows you to kind of develop a sense of courage when you go into your dreams. Like honestly, like if I were to go into a dream, I want to be able to go into it and be like I openly accept whatever may come my way, knowing it is for my highest good. Be it beautiful dream about crazy whatever stuff or crazy nightmare stuff, like I accept it. And I think when you even verbally communicate that to yourself, the dream space will this is something we can get more into, but again, like it seems as if the universe is listening to the intentions that you project related to your dream practices. So when you start studying dreaming and start studying lucid dreaming, the universe sort of acknowledges that, and it starts bringing more of these experiences into your path. And like writing things down in dream journal and everything like that. It's not literally just when you write something down and journal it, it's not just you. Like the universe is actually acknowledging you doing that. I mean, at least from my understanding and my experience. And you're putting that intention out there, and it's echoing back, and it comes through you within your dreams. So at least those are just some of my thoughts on that. But we'll pass the talking stick around if anybody else had any general thoughts or comments on some of the recent stuff we said. Ashley, go ahead.
I actually have an interesting story, and I want to get your opinions on it. I was sleeping a few weeks back, and it's weird because I felt like I was like in sleep paralysis or something, because I felt like I woke up and like I couldn't move for a little bit, and it was weird because I had this like I couldn't move, but I had this like positive feeling like come over my body, and it was like a really intense emotion. And I haven't like felt this emotion or this intense, and I was like, oh my gosh, I've never felt an emotion this intense. And I'm like, I was stuck there. So it was just like very interesting. I just happened to wake up. So it's like I was trying to figure out like what's the meaning of that? What was kind of happening there? I don't know if any of you have ever had a similar experience. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I actually have had it.
sleep paralysis. Kyle, did you want to talk about some stuff?
Yeah, man, I've had a very similar experience to that when I was living in the barracks. When I was in the army, it was very, very pretty much. Well, that's where the whole flying thing started for me. I was the first time it happened. First, very feasible time that I can know it happened. I was studying a lot of Terrence McKenna's stuff, and I was living with my dad. First time that happened to me, I was half awake when it was happening. So I was like, kind of stuck, like, I don't know, I don't really want to say stuck in the white noise, but stuck between there and here. It was just really weird, and there was a lot of cross messaging happening as if something were trying to be channeled into me. But it was just being very broken and unreadable because of whatever was happening. I was stuck in this paralysis, and then when I came out of it, I was awake, and I was like, what is this? But you have that very intense emotion that comes over you. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's maybe just shock of being paralyzed, or maybe it's, I don't know exactly, but I know what you're talking about, that emotion that's almost a positive one. But later on, when I was living in the barracks at Fort Riley, it continued to happen. And then when I was on training missions in the field, I had a lot of really strange experiences with sleep, because I think, well, not sleep itself, I mean dreams. Because we didn't have a lot of time to sleep. When we were in the field, we were pushing it all the time. We wouldn't sleep for days, and then we would get a couple hours of rest or something. One time when we were in the field, and this, it was different. It wasn't like the experience. It wasn't it was different than the reoccurring experience that happened in the barracks. It was different. At this time, I was sort of like, we were in the field, and I woke up like in planes, several planes above, directly where I was, which goes back to, does place affect how you dream and what you dream? Yes, very much so, because of this instance right here, boom, tying everything that we've covered from this person and that person and that person, tying it all into one right now. Being in the field, having those dreams, similar experiences across different places, from Kansas to Delaware, from the barracks, being in the field. But this one in particular, whatever that is, that paralysis is, it manifested as a person. It was completely figment of, so I guess, I don't know, it was an old woman, like an old witch woman, but she had like a purple getup, and she had, the eye with the on it, on her tall hat, and she had this nice brim, and it had these this brim was a deeper color purple than the top, and it had this gold lace going, a really cool design. She had the golden eye, and just like the all-seeing eye, and then all on her coat, kind of cloak, was purple, and had golden moons and stars and stuff like that, and she did like something to me. It was like some kind of ritualistic thing that she did to me, and then I was sitting cross-legged, and I got up, and when I got up, I was overwhelmed by that emotion, and instead of being paralyzed, I started to move. I was dancing and singing in a circle. I was just dancing in this crazy tribal fashion, and I was singing. And that's, what I was doing in this dream. That's the only different experience I've had, but later on, I think that evolved, and like I could fly and everything. That's what kind of helped me get that lucidity, I guess. I don't know, maybe she was just trying to help me wake up. But when I was in the barracks, it manifested itself as a an entity that would come and embody into me throughout different various dreams that were pretty messed up. And it was just kind of crazy. It was just really weird how it worked its way through that kind of chaos, and turning it into just learning how to control it, I guess. Instead of like it grabbing, it just, I don't know if it is a separate entity or not, but it grabs a hold of you and you're paralyzed or whatever, but it's just a different part of you, making you realize that you're in control, that you can fly, you can do these things. I don't really know where the paralysis, works the way it does, but for me, it was a matter of controlling it.
Yeah, I think the sleep paralysis thing, and even what you were saying, that sounded almost similar to like the old hag syndrome, which is again like a common, not an uncommon thing that people talk about. People will talk about that, seeing like an old witch at the end of their bed and something like that. So it seems to be this like recurring thing that shows up in our dreams. But again, like, is it there to just like be super spooky, or is it there to perhaps like deliver a lesson to us in the disguise of something scary? Kind of what you're alluding to. I actually had a sleep paralysis experience as well, but I'll share that in a little bit. And again, like the fact that we can talk about sleep paralysis experience helps normalize it and helps us distill some of the fear about it. So that would be like the intention behind doing that. So we'll just give it a little bit of foresight, guys. What we'll do, I know Indigo has something to say. We'll talk a little bit more. Indigo wants to talk a little bit about the environment setting and how that can make a difference within dreaming. We'll get more into, again, some of the practical tips, how people can interact more with their dreams. I'm sure Thomas will have some tips on that as well, and then we'll get close to wrapping this up before midnight at my time, so within the next half hour, and we'll finish with a short closing meditation with us kind of doing a visualized meditation of meeting up at the tree, similar to how we did, literally the same concept of what we did last week, with the idea of actually like creating this imagination, using our imagination to create a visualization and a connection to this space that we're actually working on making real within the dream space, so that we can gather there as a collective. And there's some more thoughts that I actually want to say address to that, but we'll get there when we get there. So I'll just pass it over to Indigo and Kyle. Thanks again for sharing, man. That's a very personal story, so thank you for sharing. So Indigo, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just want to share a personal experience that gave me a lot of wisdom to share with you guys. I don't know if it'll directly affect you guys or be a part of something that you can learn from, but I was living in this duplex, and duplex is two homes that are like basically connected, and they're one, but they're two different people living in different, you know what I'm saying? So there was two different rooms there, and one of the rooms had a full master like king size bed, and that's the room that had the nicest bed, so that's the room I prefer to sleep in. And every night when I would sleep in that room, my dreams would get really weird. And I at that point I had I understood my dreams to a deep enough level that I know when there's something different, something weird. So I was like, so I went and I slept in the other room, which was the opposite side of the house, but it was like this little tiny bed. And I actually preferred the tiny bed because the dreams were so good. And then I started getting some downloads. I was meditating, asking why am I having bad dreams in this bed and stuff. Well, as it turns out, in a duplex, those were both the master bedrooms. And my bed was pushed right up against the wall, and I guess the people that lived right next door, which there's only one wall dividing that, were right there sleeping too. So our auras, when they spread out, if you're right next to, they can combine. And, you can actually pull different energies. The longer story of it is that was the beginning of me learning that I'm a dream walker. But you have to sometimes go through bad experiences to be able to learn maybe good abilities and stuff. So that's just a little wisdom I want to share with you. Sometimes if you guys are in cities, sometimes if you guys are, be aware if there's another aura that is right next to you on the opposite side of the wall or something, because it can really change your dream time dramatically.
Interesting. Does anybody anybody want to respond to that or anything? Any thoughts on that? That's right. Yeah. Again, like I think, or Kyle, go ahead.
I mean, I do. I'm just trying to let somebody else jump in there, if anyone else has anything to say.
You're okay. Go ahead if you want to share.
Cool. Yeah, totally. Who you sleep next to, whether you know them or not, like your neighbor, man. There's a wall, but it doesn't matter. That wall, we have energy. It just, meshes together and creates that kind of, like the open their heart shapes. Get a bunch of people together, that's what it would look like. That mesh. So you start to create things, and you're very open, you're very sensitive. They are not, maybe, more than likely. You never know. People are waking up all over the place. If they're not, you're just going to be sleeping in their bullshit. Like, literally. Started to be using that kind of language. Be sleeping in their tank, man. And it's not you know what I mean? Looks like AJ's got something.
AJ, go ahead. Or did you want to? You gotta mute yourself. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, no, you're still
man.
Sorry about that. Wasn't on that topic, but I'm about to actually go to sleep pretty soon.
Okay.
So I wanted to hit on something really quickly. And this is about a dream sort of thing that I was doing. I've been taking, I don't know if you guys can see this, but basically it's mugwort and valerian.
Yeah,
and
mugwort and valerian root.
And
Really good.
yeah, and gabatrol, which GABA is really good for your mind. It's good for focus. And so I was waiting on a supplement that I just got that's called Dreamleaf. So I don't know if any of you have seen it online or heard about it, but basically it's a lucid dream supplement. Somebody was talking about 5-HTP before, which this does have 5-HTP.
Yeah.
It also has mugwort. It has alpha GPC. It has hyperzine A and choline in it, which is and valerian root and hot flower and a lot of other things. So it's and it's been helping me dream not only lucidly. I was talking to Brendon not too long ago, and I told him I was in my dream when I had just got the Dreamleaf, and you have to take a blue pill, and then 4 hours later, after you are in your slumber, you wake up, you set your alarm, and then you take a red pill. So I'm in the dream, and I'm like lucid dreaming. I'm with my friend Anthony in a car. We're in California somewhere. We're driving down the road, and somebody calls me on the phone. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, hey, man, what's going on? Oh, shoot, that's right. I just remembered I got to take the red pill. So in my dream, I was conscious of that I had taken the blue pill in regular life, that I was in the dream, and that I had been asleep for probably about 2 or 3 hours, and it was time for me to take the red pill and finish that dream cycle, took the red pill, and then went into another lucid dream. So these are some natural herbs that I've been taking, plus with the supplement, that have been really, really great for promoting lucid dream activity.
Very excellent.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for sharing it, AJ. And yeah, again, like in future classes, we can definitely get into more of the specifics of different supplements are available and everything. We even mentioned it in the last class. When it comes to supplements and stuff like that, I would definitely, again, everybody's kind of at their own different level of lucid dreaming. Some people lucid dream by default. Some people feel they never dream. But if you feel like you're really eager to start dreaming, for me personally, this is just my suggestion. Before you get into the supplements, I would recommend just like putting in the willpower to see how far you can get, and then as you start to develop noticeable results within your practice, then if you choose to, you can start bringing in supplements, you can start bringing in teas and everything. So, like, kind of even what Thomas was saying, lucidity is like something you have to, there's like, you really have to earn it. And it's kind of, not to say that using supplements are cheating or anything like that, but at the very least, just don't become dependent on them. So, I mean, yes, if you want to use a supplement and it has a great effect for you, that's awesome. Now you know what that experience is like. Now try gaining it without the need of that supplement. Like, the last thing you want to do is to become dependent on a supplement, because that could drastically like affect your practice in a way that may ultimately in the long run be detrimental, sort of thing. So, I mean, for me, like, I have a few different things that I have access to. There's like some pills that I have. There's like Syrian rue, which is something that I've used in the past. But right now, I'm gonna give it at least like, maybe a week before I even touch any of those, because I want to see like how rich I can get into my dreams, and that's relative to some personal choices that I've shifted within my own lifestyle. That's going to allow me to gain more access into lucid dreaming, and getting into the practical side of things. We can sort of segue into that as well, but. Yeah, supplements and lucid dreaming are super important. But before we do that, though, I just wanted to say, AJ, you're about to head out then, right? So I just wanted to say farewell, and thanks for joining, and thanks for being a part of the circle. And to everyone else, there's been a few people who have just had to quietly head out. So thank you again to everyone for being a part of the discussion. So AJ, was there any last words that you wanted to share before you headed out?
Nope, that was it. Thanks, guys. It was great meeting up with you guys.
All right, we'll see you in the astral, dude.
Yes.
Cool. Peace, brother. Yeah, okay, so let's get close to finishing this show up again, just so we can get to sleep and do exactly what we're talking about here. Let's wrap up with some practical tips. So this is common reminders, and the reason why I'm just going to say them again is because maybe people are listening for the first time and they didn't hear me say this every other broadcast. Cultivation of sexual energy is something you want to be aware of. If you're a male, be aware of like if you're spilling your cup, if you're having an orgasm, if you're ejaculating specifically, be conscious of that. Understanding that like the seminal fluid does have a direct correlation to your ability to engage with lucid dreaming and dream experiences at a different degree. You may not feel that it makes much of a difference just yet, but as you get more into the practice, it will make a difference, specifically once you start getting into intentional astral projection. So be aware of energy cultivation. Stop masturbating so much. Well, you can still masturbate, just stop having orgasms so much, if that's a thing that you need to be mindful of. And, I think the world would change if more people were aware of that. Another thing, cannabis use. And these are like the two biggest things for me: energy cultivation and cannabis use. Like for me, like I work with cannabis now and then, and I know that if I use it, I'm not going to experience my dreams in the same way. Within 24 hours of not using it, I'm more likely to remember my dreams and become lucid. That's for me personally. Figure it out for yourself, but also recognize it as a chance to develop your willpower. Do you want to choose the funness of getting high within this reality, or do you want to see what's in the mystery box of what your dreams may have for you? So again, it's kind of like proving to the universe that you're serious about this. And when the universe sees you choose that willpower, it will potentially, theoretically, respond to it. So yeah, sexual energy, cannabis, and writing a dream journal is like another obvious thing. Doing that and creating a mental practice of developing that memory muscle, and having it close to your bed, and trying not to get up really fast in the morning, and just creating a habit of doing that, even if it's like one word or two words or a couple themes or ideas that link you into other concepts. So those are my three things. Let's pass it around the circle to see if anybody else has any other practical suggestions on how we can engage with our dreams and how we can theoretically become lucid as well. And we'll pass it over to Thomas, just because we haven't heard from him in a little bit. And then Kyle or Indigo and Ashley. Go ahead, Thomas.
I'm glad you brought up the semen, because it's a funny subject, but in all like mystical practices, we are talking about three things. We're talking about vitality, which is your ability to hold energy, which is related to sexual energy. You release it. We also lose vitality when we're thinking constantly throughout the day. It's like having a hole in our ship, and we're just trying to get the water out. We can lose a lot of vitality throughout our day if we're not stable in our mind. So the three things typically are our vitality, our intention, and our will. And in all mystical traditions, you can call this the body, the soul, the spirit, the salt, the sulfur, the mercury, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what it would be in Christianity. Isn't there a trinity in that?
Oh man, can you repeat those?
What's that?
You had right before I got up. You said willpower. What else?
Yeah, we're talking about these three specific parts of ourselves. They're really not separate, but we want to separate them, we want to refine them, and then we want to join them back into one body. So we're talking about our will, our vitality, and our intention.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah, on a practical level, you could talk about physically. You're going to be eating right. You're going to be focusing on having stable minds, which sort of relates more towards your will, but not being so wrapped up in your thoughts, retaining your seed, or taking care of yourself physically. So you can go from the physical body, then you jump into the will, which is really your mind and your ability to be single-pointed in your focus. This is really the strength of your awareness. So vitality is how much energy you can hold, and will is your ability to hold it in one place. So for that practice, we really need to learn how to calm our minds down. And the first practice, always in any mystical tradition, is taking an object and looking at it. So you look at an object for 10 minutes, and anytime your thought stream comes in, anytime you're pulled away into projections of the future or the past, or you're like, how long has it been? Has it been 10 minutes? You come back to this object. This object can be anything. I used to use a candle. I used to also use this little bullet that my stepdad gave me. But you just simply look at it, and every time you're pulled away, you come back to it. You got to record it. This is the practice, but you record it either with some mala beads where you count how many times you're pulled away. I have a little clicker, like an umpire clicker. That there's also iPhone apps that you can press the screen and it counts 1, 2, 3, 4. So that you do it for 10 minutes, and you might in 10 minutes be pulled away 60 times. And then you do it the next day, and you might be pulled away 50 times. And then in a week, you do it every day, you might be pulled away 25 times, then 24, then 23. In a month, I'm telling you, you can get to 0. In 10 minutes, you'll be able to sit and look at an object. You're not thinking about the object. You're not thinking, that's a candle, that's another click. That's wrong. You're just simply present. You're observing it. You're using it as an anchor. You're trying to separate yourself from your mind stream and be able to identify what a thought is. Because typically we just identify with our thoughts. We think, oh, there's no stopping them. There's a witness, there's an observer behind your thoughts, and we really want to strengthen that, and to be able to see the birth and death of thoughts. So this is the first step in doing that. And then the other part of the Trinity is the intention. And this is the most fun, and it's the easiest, I think, for me, but it's a feeling. So going to sleep with the intention that you're curious, almost like you're writing a letter to your subconscious. I want to know more about you. I want to go to sleep, and rather than just passing out, you go to sleep actively looking. It's this intention, like you're opening your heart up to it. That's more of a feminine thing. I don't want it to be like, because if you go to bed with the intention, I want to know my dreams, and you hold that into your thought, you're going to not be able to fall asleep. So intention is this passive, open, how do you describe it? Does that make sense? It's not, otherwise you're going to be an insomniac if you're going to willfully...
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Maybe I can help you sort of put it into perspective when you were saying things about it, willpower, intention, vitality. Vitality, you said, is your energy. Willpower, just went ahead and jotted in 4 intentions. Is how you're going to use that energy. So, by having good and positive intentions, you're going to get, you're probably going to be rewarded with greater aspects to build, and that goes back and touches on what I was saying about how when we're dreaming and everything, dreaming will help you. It'll give you lessons, throw you in different dimensions, give you different lessons, these different aspects about yourself, and then you can also literally just go to a place where you are architecturally building, and that building is of where your intention lies. The lessons in the dream world, the lessons in that dream world are I feel molding you to show you and direct you how to use the correct intention. It's trying to instill in you the right intention, so that by the time you get to the point where you're building, you have the right intention in your mind. And if it's positive and good, you'll be rewarded. We're tools. We are tools. The universe is using to build some sort of paradise type deal, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. But
Yeah, and also remember
build.
that dreaming is so much fun. So not to take it so seriously, just to come back from almost like a childlike perspective. You know how to sleep. You're talking about being cozy in a bed with a blanket, and that's your spiritual practice. So it's so much fun. So come at it with this such a fun curiosity, childlike nature. That's the intention I'm talking about. So intending, it's this more of a feeling than a willful focus. Those are foundational stuff, but more like practical stuff. It would just waking up properly, like you were saying, Brendon. When you're waking up, try not to move immediately. Try to recall what you were just experiencing. Even if you can have one word, our memory works by association. So you could have I was at high school. Oh, and then there was that person. Oh, and then that person was in the hallway. It works both ways through association. So if you can have one word, you can sort of piece together where you just were. So you want to stay stationary. You want to keep yourself motionless and your eyes closed. Recall the dream you're just in. If you can't remember a dream in the morning, it's typically easiest to remember a dream in the position in which you had it. So try to slowly move to your sides, to your back, to your stomach. You can more easily recall it in the position you were having it in. So try that. Anyone want to chime in here with some of the practical stuff?
Oh, sorry. Actually, I'll just say one thing and I'll pass it to Ashley. I was just going to say, it's funny. I've observed that how moving into the same physical space where we've had our dreams. I've noticed this for me actually triggers potential memory of the dream. Where you're right, not just within the idea of waking up and then slowly moving back to the position, but waking up, going about my day, coming back later in the day, and as I'm about to go back to sleep and I start laying down, I suddenly get I almost smell or get a sense of the dream that I had just by being in that same spot, even though it's way later. So there seems to be some sort of correlating aspect between physical space and access to our dream memories, it seems, as well. Ashley, go ahead.
I think what might be a good idea in some situations, I thought of this now, that when I dream of someone in my life, if it's positive, maybe I should, say hi to them, if I see them, or maybe message them and, catch up with them, and maybe it's a sign to, see how they're doing, and or if I'm dreaming of something negative, maybe it's a sign to say, okay, maybe you should take a break or step back from that relationship for a while and then reapproach it at a later point, or check in on that person to see how they are and see if something bad happened or yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Thomas, go ahead.
Yeah, just to add, in Aborigine cultures, I think it was oh God, I'm blanking. But if you had a negative dream about someone, it was your responsibility and theirs to heal it. So if I had a negative dream about you, it would be both of our responsibility in the morning when we shared them to resolve this issue. So they didn't think, dreams were these separate experiences happening only in our mind, but they took place in a shared collective space. So if you have a negative dream about someone, yeah, maybe you reach out to them, see how they're doing. But there's some healing there. And I just wanted to touch upon this because we talked about it earlier. Everything is working for your evolution. Everything's working for your awakening. So you're going up this mountain, and sometimes you need someone pulling you and coaching you and saying, hey, come on, come up this way. It's okay. One last step. You got this. But then you need someone who's also pushing you and is like, nope, you fell asleep. Wake up. Nope. So any relationship or circumstance or dream, anything, if it's negative, it's trying to wake you up. If it's positive, it's everything is working in your favor towards your expansion and your evolution. So if someone shows up in your reality, it's a blessing. It has a lesson involved in it. So treat those nightmares with respect. They're trying to do the same thing as your guides. They're just doing it in a kind of a more aggressive way.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's almost like getting close to wrapping up the main discussion of the episode there. I like what you said there, though. Like everything is happening for your awakening. I definitely feel that. So like, I mean, making that small shift in the paradigm just allows us to sort of like step back and see any occurrence of just like, oh, why me, of just like, why this? In the sense of like, why am I receiving this? Like what is the lesson behind this? I was just going to share literally just because this is like a dream that I had this morning when we were like talking about like lessons and stuff. And it was funny because within this dream, there was like a very literal lesson, and it was a very simple dream. It was very not super like fantastical, but like in it, I was like at a playground and there was a bunch of us playing basketball, and then there was like another player who was there, but then he like got his feelings hurt. To explain this very vaguely, but he got his feelings hurt and then he like left or something, and then the coach who was like coaching us, and I was like sitting down with all the players, so I mean you can sort of see some sort of symbolism here, like playing a game and there's a coach and we're players, and then the coach is just like okay, now like what did we learn here today, and like people were answering, and then I was just like, I had to put my hand up and I'm just like, I know, like I'm like, it's important for us as players of the game to be empathetic for the other players, even when they're not on our team. And then that was literally what I said. And so it was interesting. It's just like within the logic of the dream that made sense. Yet for me to wake up and think about that, I'm just like, okay, yeah, like let's think about that. Like let's have empathy for each other, because everybody is experiencing their own perspective within the game. And when we might be having fun, somebody else might be having a miserable time, and it's not our place to judge them, but rather to have empathy for them. So yeah, to be able to verbally have that come up within my dream is very interesting. And again, it goes back to this idea that sometimes dreams will be like incredibly magical and like a never-ending story kind of thing. Sometimes they'll be very mundane, yet there's a reason for that, and there's something behind the symbols. And so I mean, every dream, I mean, well, I mean, I guess that's a question, though. Like, does every dream have, like, a potent message in it? Not necessarily, maybe. Some dreams, as we can observe, may be incredibly mundane, when people have dreams of just, like, being at work sort of thing. But again, like, the lesson in that, I feel, depending on the individual, is, like, potentially just showing them that, like, hey, like, your waking life is like where your focus is on your waking life is bleeding over into your dream life. So if you stop working so much, you're going to start seeing the side effects occur within your dream space, sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, there's more thoughts on that, but those are just a couple things I just wanted to mention. I don't know if anybody, or Thomas, did you want to reply to that? Or
yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that dreaming is such a luxury. Like when you are trying to survive and pay your bills and eat food, and you don't really give a shit about your dreams or evolving your consciousness. So I just want to emphasize that if you're even listening to this or if you're engaging in these practices, how lucky you are and how grateful, and you should just feel like you should see other people and help them find this freedom. It's such a luxury, and we can't take that for granted. So, only being an alchemist where negative things come at you and you can absorb them because you're big enough that they don't hurt your identity, and you just put it back as good things, just like a plant takes in CO2 and gives out oxygen. You are just transmuting this negative energy into other more positive things. So be a beacon for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dream alchemist. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, let's get close into some of the final points. If there are any other practical tips that anybody else wants to share, there's a couple I can think of, but we'll just pass it around, or unless there's other points that people want to mention, and then we'll wrap up pretty soon. Indigo, go ahead.
I had an experience with an ex that was having nightmares all the time, and I was doing some dream walking into her dreams, and what I was actually able to visually see was from her chakra system, there was like this black energy flowing out of all of her chakras, and then there was all these entities that were kind of following that. And so it was able to give me like a really good perspective in the waking life to try to help her with her aura, to try to help her with some of those blocked chakras that are, all that darkness. It's like the density of the things that haven't been dealt with, in your physical life, and that's how you get those blockages over time. So as we work through a lot of these issues she was having in her chakra system and in her aura, all of a sudden in her dream time, it was getting better and better and better. And then it came to a point where I walked into one of her dreams and I was watching her, and there was almost no astral debris following behind her. You know what I'm saying? So in our dreams, it's still an aspect of our energies, and we do attract in our dreams situations or things or traumas that we have in our lives to work through. To be aware that if you're having nightmares, you're having bad experiences, that this is just something to help you work through. It's almost like there's a bully on the playground, and you're getting beat up by this bully. You're scared of him. You're scared of him. You get beat up every day, and then you have a dream one night, and all of a sudden in that dream you kick the bully's butt, and the next day you go back to school, and you're not scared of the bully no more. And just that interchange of not being scared of the bully anymore actually stops the bully from picking on the child. So
that's a good point. Yeah. So, and again, it goes back to this idea of how dreams impact this reality and how this reality impacts the dreams. There's a symbiotic relationship there as well, and when we become more conscious of our dreams, we can allow ourselves to sort of use the dream space to conquer our fears. Like literally, someone could conquer a fear of heights within their dream. Someone could conquer a fear of water within the dream. Very, very practical things. Someone could conquer their fear of like wild animals or something by having a dream where they hang out with a bear and hug it or something like that. This is just very, very sort of trivial ideas, but again, they're actually quite real. And yeah, there's again, we can get into this on another broadcast, but the healing potential that dreams have, remembering that they are a space for healing as well. And yeah, I know there's a lot more to talk about that. Okay, so we'll again, any other practical tips that anybody else wants to share related to just how to interact with our dreams? Okay, or Thomas, go ahead, and then I'll share a quick one.
I was just going to share the classic wake back to bed technique of highlighting the last early morning hour REM cycle. Those dreams in the early morning hours that are the longest and the most vivid. We really want to target those. We don't really care about dreams in the early nighttime because they're short. They last 5 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 20 minutes. The last dream is about 50 minutes long, and it's right before we wake up. So a wake back to bed technique sort of hacks your sleep and you go to sleep for 6 hours, and then you wake up for about 15 minutes. And in that time, you could read a book on lucid dreaming. You could sit and activate your intention of the next place I'll be will be a dream. So you basically just woke up just before your last REM cycle. And now you're going to go back to sleep with the intention, I'm going to become lucid. I'll recognize the dream. And even having an idea of what you might want to do when you're lucid. You fall asleep, and you're jumping right into a big pool of dreams. So with that strong intention, you can very easily get lucid. So that's just a classic technique to utilize.
For sure, yeah, and that was actually I was going to mention the wake back to bed in some degree as well, and yeah, like even like when you wake up, like go stretch, do a bit of yoga, get some fresh air, but don't eat anything necessarily, you know, like keep that empty stomach and stuff like that. Yeah, like it's that is definitely a way that for me, I'm going to do that. I'm going to set my alarm for like 5 a.m. So like I'll just get a regular sleep, you know, and then between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., like that will be like my intentional lucid dreaming. And even like meditating for like 10 minutes before you go back into sleep can also, again, you know, Thomas was really emphasizing this, and we didn't get too into it, but it is really important. The practical practice of being able to focus on one thing at one time as a mindfulness meditation practice, and then understanding that within dreams that relays over, because like within a dream, if you become lucid, it allows you to like remain calmness and focus within that present moment, instead of being like, oh my god, I'm lucid, this is so exciting, and then you just end up dissolving back into the dream, or you wake yourself up potentially. The being able to focus on one thing at one time, it helps you focus that laser that focus, which there's more to that, and we'll definitely get into it. As a practical tip, this is something, and I'm curious if Thomas has actually ever heard of this technique, because it's something that I've never read anywhere. Actually, there's two techniques that I can suggest, but here's the first one, and it's just like one that I just like naturally do. When we're sleeping, when I sleep, I have a dresser at the end of my bed. So when I sleep, I have the option of like putting my feet on the dresser, like not on the dresser, but like against the dresser, so that my feet are like flat against the side of my dresser. This could be a wall at the end of your bed. And then when I'm dreaming, what I actually do is that I actually sort of convince my mind, using my imagination, that my feet are actually on the ground. So my feet aren't against the dresser, but I'm actually like vertical. So I'm not lying horizontal, but I'm feeling the dresser as ground underneath my feet. And then for me, this actually does give a potential like segue into like more awareness within the dream as I'm falling asleep, and as I'm potentially trying to have a waking-induced lucid dream. Wild would be the term for that. So yeah, that's something that you guys could play around with. Try putting your feet against a flat surface near the edge of your bed, and imagine yourself standing vertical as you're falling asleep, and play around with that, because I've never read that anywhere. But I don't know, Thomas, have you ever heard anything similar to that, or?
No, but that's like turning ordinary reality into, you're shifting your perspective, which is just like a mind. It's an interesting technique.
Yeah, it's like being in space, you know, like if we're like sitting there and we're sitting down, then someone comes in and they're floating horizontal. From their perspective, we're actually flipped upside down. And so again, it's all a matter of perspective. There's a scene in Ender's Game where that exact same thing happens, which is really funny. Yeah, so okay, so that would be one technique. Another technique that I have, and this is an interesting one. So what you can do is put your hand somewhere on your body, maybe on your chest, on your leg, or on your arm. And what you're going to do, you're going to take one digit of your finger, so you're just your index finger, and you're just going to tap. You're going to tap your body lightly. So like it's not going to be like enough movement that it will actually keep you awake, but literally just like, if you're in the video, for those of you listening, but yeah, I'm just like literally just like with the tip of my finger, just lifting it up and putting it down, kind of like playing a single key on a piano. And you're just repeating this. You're literally repeating this, and you're using this as a point of focus. So you keep tapping this and you keep tapping this, and this is actually trying to work towards the idea of a wake-induced lucid dream. And then what you're actually going to do is you're going to tap, and you're going to do it maybe to like a count of like 30 or a count of 20. And then when you do that, what you're actually going to do is you're going to take your hand and you're going to plug your nose, and you're going to try breathing in and out. Now, obviously, when you're awake, you won't be able to breathe. You'll just be like, okay, I'm still awake. But this is the idea, is because eventually what you're going to, theoretically, this is the potential of it, and I've still yet to fully get to this point, but I have the potential to soon, is like you'll be tapping, and then you'll plug your nose and you'll go to breathe, and you'll still be able to breathe. And the reason is because you're actually dreaming at that point. And then from there, that actually becomes like your trigger into the idea of like, okay, now I know that I'm dreaming. And so again, that's kind of a wake-induced lucid dreaming method there. Does that make sense? And Thomas, maybe have you heard something similar? I'm sure.
Yeah, I think it's called the finger-induced lucid dream.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But you do see how keeping focus on one thing is how important that could be. So putting your awareness on your finger, I mean, you might be able to stay there for a minute, 2 minutes, and then you fall into unconsciousness. So we really want to develop and strengthen our awareness and our ability to focus on something. So to emphasize that even further, a really great technique is to play with twilight, to bring your awareness into that space, that liminal zone between waking and sleeping. So typically we just sort of fall asleep. We might be watching something and we just turn it off and then pass out. But bringing your awareness into that twilight phase where you're right before you're about to fall asleep, you might see the hypnagogic imagery, you might see flashes of light or flashes of images and stories, you might hear sounds. Just after that, if you can relax and you can be that observer behind all the stuff, just after that is sleep paralysis. So if you can remain present during it and relax enough, you're going to basically put your body to sleep. Your body will just naturally, as it does every night, it'll fall asleep and enter into sleep paralysis. But if that awareness behind it, stays aware, that's a great way to, like you were saying, Brendon, to go into a wild, to go directly into a lucid dream without any lapse in consciousness. Because there's two ways to get lucid. You either get lucid from a dream you're already having, something weird happens and it triggers your awareness, you do a reality check, and you become lucid. Or you go directly in. You, without any lapse in consciousness, you just put your body to sleep as you remain awake. So I would suggest playing with twilight. Play with it. You might only stay there for 4 minutes the first night. You might just pass out, and that's okay. The next night it might be 5 minutes. And then you're so close. As soon as you start feeling your body getting heavy, relax. The whole thing is just relaxing. So play with twilight is another good advice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and that actually, again, there's obviously like an infinite amount of things to talk about, and we will be talking about more of it in future classes as well. It's interesting to play, because I was thinking about this before, and it wasn't an idea that I fully had too much, and I think. Oh, Jack had to leave. I wasn't sure. Okay, so thanks. Yeah, I wasn't sure if Jack had a point there. Okay, thanks, Jack, for stopping by. I was just gonna say, like it's interesting because we notice this. Like sometimes if we fall asleep while watching a movie, we'd actually like dream of something similar to that movie or something like that. But then I was playing around with this. I'm like, what if we actually start intentionally, like using that as a way to be able to create our dream? Like, what if I like want to have a dream about Star Wars, so I intentionally fall asleep while watching Star Wars? This is just a theoretical idea, and I'm just sort of playing around with it or something. But I encourage you guys to do it. Like maybe if you have like a favorite anime, like watch it and intentionally fall asleep while watching it, and see what happens. Like again, with dreaming, I think what makes it so amazing is that you can approach it as your own personal science. Like you are your own experiment. You are your own scientist. Like your results are based on your own what you put into the experiment. So change your variables, and you'll be able to see what happens out of it. And I love the term esoteric science because that's an actual term within like the sort of Gnostic teachings, and that's actually referring to the practical ways as to how like one can actually become more conscious within this state, in the dream state, and that's where we get into like the actual again, like if you were to say to a scientist, lucid dreaming is real, they would be like, oh well, I can't, how do you prove it? And you could actually say if you follow this method, you will be able to do it. And they would say like meditate, do mindfulness practice, cultivate your energy, refrain from doing certain things, and you will lucid dream, sort of thing. So again, like the science, using the word science sort of refers to this idea that there literally are patterns that one can initiate within their own lifestyle that will activate the dreaming experience. Yet, again, these patterns often require willpower, and not everyone has this willpower, but that in itself is like a threshold to sort of see, like, do you want this? Like, because even as Tom was saying, like, dreaming is like it's a privilege, it's a gift, it's something miraculous and amazing and beautiful, and I'm sure other beings in the cosmos might not dream in the same way we do, and in some ways they may be envious for it. So when we recognize dreaming as a gift, we can sort of hold it with more value and sort of approach it with a degree of reverence or respect in some way. At least those are just a couple thoughts off the top of my head. I know Ashley or Kyle, I think both of you guys have something to say, or maybe just Kyle. Not sure if Ashley did. Kyle, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I've always got something to say, man. Did you, Amy? Or Ashley? Okay.
Does Ashley, did you have something to say? Maybe she didn't. Maybe? No? Did your mind blow up there? Ashley, you got your mic muted.
Oh,
go ahead.
I was just taking it all in and just thinking about that basically with dreaming, I love the idea of we're able to kind of, we don't have to listen to what anyone else, has in mind, and we can just kind of, it's always good to like take other people's ideas, but you're like the creator, and you could play around with different things to create your own experience, and someone else can play around with those same things and create such a different experience from what you have, and you have endless possibilities. So yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like just inwardly reflecting on the fact that for a while, man, I've been able to recall things very good, or very detailed or anything like that. Probably like the entirety of the past year. Some military career has been really hard for me.
Sorry, Kyle, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying. I don't know if you want to just maybe your mic.
There we go.
Just say that last little bit again.
You good now?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Oh, no, it's just been a while for me to recall my dreams. I don't really know why that is. For a while there, I just had a really hard time getting to sleep. When I did, I would have really crazy dreams. And dreaming and sleeping for me became not a luxury, and it was just, because it was just difficult to do. But, I mean, recently, I just haven't really been able to recall my dreams very well, but very frequently, like, for many years, a lot of my dreams have revolved around aliens and alien craft and being in those craft and communicating with alien beings or other dimensional beings, and all up into like a plane of light and everything. It's been really crazy. Yeah, it's just been really bizarre. There's just been like for years a reoccurring pattern of sort of like other dimensional beings. I think we could just be mistaking aliens for other dimensional beings, but anyway, but but in a waking state, meditation, kind of like when I was in high school and I was in like science class, and he was talking about all the stuff I already knew, so like I would just sort of do my thing in the back, like go and meditate and block everything out. Well, me and this group of friends had this thing that we called shifting, for how odd and weird, for me to stumble upon the paradigm shift thing. Thought that was really cool when I saw it. We did this thing that we called shifting, which would be to go and meditate, and we would meditate and activate like our crown and in our stellar gateway. We didn't know what we were doing, but that's what we were doing, and going to other worlds and being there and doing what we had to do there, whatever it was. It was just really weird, but it was our way of maybe just escaping where we were. When we meditated and we went to these different places, we went there together. and we were all there together. When we came out of it, more often than not, we had the same experience. So we called ourselves like, the Guardians or whatever, because it's just something that we could do, and we started doing it quite frequently, and that's just all led up into basically.
Wow, man. Yeah, that's really interesting.
But
And that definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just like the being awake and meditating and going into that space and kind of putting yourself in that area. And, your friends doing it too, and all being there is totally different than going to sleep and dream in that aspect. But it's very similar because you can sort of integrate that system while you're falling asleep and get yourself to be lucid. You know what I mean? And now that it's just like another way to get lucid in there and control it. So it's just all very similar to that meditation style of going in.
Yeah. Yeah, that definitely is something I'm interested in, and that's cool to hear that you've had that experience even when you guys are just like doing it just like for fun or just like intuitively without even having to be instructed on it. Like the idea of like shared space within meditations related to using the imagination, because that's totally like where we're going with this project. And yeah, literally let's wrap this up so that we can finish with our meditation. We'll save some more stuff for next time. And I'll use that, what Kyle was saying, as a segue to our closing meditation and also our intention behind our closing meditation. So for those of you who've been tuned into the past, there's this idea that we're working with. I have the objective for the community, for the shared community, to be able to collectively meet up within a particular space in the astral. And this space, again, for people who have seen the promotion for this, there's the main image that's promoted that I use for the promotion of this, and I'm just posting a link for this in the comments. So if you guys actually just want to like open up that link, you guys will see the image, and the image is of like this single person kind of standing between two pillars on a checkerboard, and then in the distance there's a field and there's a tree, and then above the tree there's the paradigm shift sigil. And the paradigm shift sigil is something that has been a part of this project for years, even before it was created, and even from the future of it. And it is something that is continuously being charged with the energy of the community and the intention of the project, which is about shifting consciousness and creating a portal for us to use to evolve into more of who we are and open up potentials. And so this visual reference, which you guys can be looking at, is a literal stepping stone to the place that I may have been I envisioned it as an idea, but the idea is that we can collectively envision this together and actually go to this place within the dream. Because when we talk about the dreams, we talk about being able to create things with our mind and everything like that. Well, what happens when we collectively create a place? And this is like a whole other topic in itself. Like, are there actual places within the astral? Are there like temples and cities and things that have enough collective energy behind them that they actually have a substance to them that actually like allows it to become real? So what we're going to do within this closing meditation is that we're actually going to bring ourselves to this tree, and we're going to focus on this tree, focus on this environment with as much detail as possible, going back into what Thomas was saying of the practice, and practicing being able to focus on one thing at one time, so that within our dream experiences, when you become lucid and when I become lucid, like again, like this is literally my objective. When I become lucid, my objective is to go like this. It'll be like, okay, I'm lucid. Let's go to the tree. And then like getting to the tree is something that will take time. It will take practice. It will take willpower. It will take experience. It will take failing and learning and all of those parts of the process. But based on my studies, based on my understanding, based on my experience, I know that I can do this. I know that I can, have a lucid dream and imagine a reality in which I am at this tree. So one of these days, like I'm actually going to wake up from a dream and I'll be able to be like, holy shit, I was there. Like, this is no longer just a fabricated concept. This actually happened. I actually made it to the tree. So in the very simplest way, it's creating an objective for myself personally, and also a shared objective for the team, for what happens when we collectively gather at this spot in the astral, and that's the idea, is that, like, we can, this is a whole nother topic, and we'll talk about it in the future dream class, the concept of shared dreaming. Can multiple people meet each other within the astral, and can they literally communicate and wake up and be like, dude, I saw you in the astral, be like, dude, I know, and then be like, this is what happened, and have that correlating story and actually have it match up. Again, all signs point to the possibilities of this being, yes, this is possible. So again, what we're going to do within this closing meditation is we're going to focus on, like, walking into this field and visualizing this tree, and just focusing on that. This won't be a long meditation, and then having that, building that image within our mind, and not just for us here within this class, but for the people who are listening, and for the people who are going to be listening to this in the future, literally hundreds of people who are going to be listening to this, as more people begin to put their focus towards creating this construct based on, again, as a theory. This actually, like, creates substance towards this thing becoming more real. And this tree, you can think of it as like a sacred space. It'll be like a sacred circle. It'll be a place for us to gather and for us to, like, celebrate around and to talk around, sort of thing. But yeah, so we'll go into a closing meditation with that. But does anybody have any thoughts on that? And I just gotta say, we have a new player who has joined the game. I just want to give a shout out to Katerina, who has joined. And hey, Kat, does your mic work?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. That's awesome.
Oh, sweet. You have no idea how much trouble I was having trying to get this connected. So
congratulations.
Cool. Am I catching this, like, sort of at the end because you're doing a meditation?
We're close. Yeah, we're getting close to the end.
Cool.
But yeah, I was just going to say, guys, what are your thoughts? Or let me just ask Thomas first, but and then anybody else. But Thomas, what are your thoughts on, like, this idea that I was saying? Is this realistic? Is this possible? Any tips and tricks on how to achieve this sort of thing?
I've had a couple experiences with shared dreaming. So in my experience, and this is what I love about dreaming, is know through direct experience. You can't take my word for any of this.
Yeah.
So know for yourself through direct experience what is possible. But creating shared landscapes in the astral with enough intention and enough collective intention, these places become more solid. So yeah, let's do it.
For sure. Cool. So you heard it, boys. It's possible. So again, like, that's what motivates me. The fact that, like, it's a simple idea, but it's possible. Therefore, it can be experienced. And I'm looking forward to being able to, like I said, have that lucid dream where I get there. But yeah, did you guys have any other thoughts? And Katerina, Ashley, Kyle, did you guys have any thoughts on that, or even just?
I think I caught the tail end of it. You were describing, like, the idea of being able to have shared dreams.
Being able to have shared dreams around meeting up around this tree within the astral. If you check the link in the comments, like, the promo image that you've seen, so, like, yep. That's where we're going. That's what we're creating.
Let me see. Oh.
I absolutely
Yeah.
believe it, bro. I absolutely believe it. Like I told you earlier.
Can you just hold your mic?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Perfect.
Yeah, I absolutely believe it's possible, man. Like I said a little bit earlier, man, we used to do something very similar through meditation, so I do believe it's very possible for this to completely manifest. 100%, yes.
Cool. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, like I said, we'll get into the meditation in the next minute, but since Kat just joined, Kat, did you want to, is there anything you feel called to share? I mean, we've talked a lot in this class.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I actually really believe it's entirely possible, and I don't have, like, the most in-depth experience of having a shared dream, but I've definitely had a handful of experiences in my past where I've had a dream that was similar in a theme with someone else, like there were similar undertones to it, and at that point in time when that person was having that dream. So that to me is enough in itself to prove that there's the potential of it actually turning into something that's like even more similar, and even more shared, and even more connected. So yeah, I believe that.
Word. Cool. Thomas, did you have something to add? You're leaning into the mic there. I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, I just wanted to get something, but talk amongst yourself.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Kat, just as we wait for Thomas to come back, Thomas has got his dream. I muted you by accident, Thomas.
Oh no.
Go ahead.
This is a really good book if you're interested in shared dreaming. This is by 2 PhDs, but it's called Dream Telepathy, and it's probably backwards for you guys.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
It's good. Yeah.
So it's all from school. It was in Brooklyn somewhere, but they did all these beautiful tests, and it's a really scientific book. But some of the later chapters you could just even read about what they concluded. But the ability to influence people's dream content, even just with a focused intent, and the ability to share dreams. This is a scientific. It's not really a well-known book, so I would check it out if you're interested in that stuff.
Cool. And speaking of books, definitely for anybody who's interested, it was mentioned earlier, but Thomas himself is an author of a book which you can find at Amazon, and the link is already included in the show notes on the main website. But it is a field guide to lucid dreaming, aeronautics. Is that how, I don't, do I pronounce that wrong?
It's mastering the art of aeronautics, but you could say whatever you want.
Aeronautics, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, did you want to plug your book real quick, Thomas, for anybody interested? Or?
Yeah, it's a book. It's for me, I always wanted a book that was very accessible. A lot of books out there are either really woo-woo-y or really scientific, and both are great. But I wanted a book that was very accessible and laid out in a very easy to understand way. So the book is a guide to lucid dreaming, a field guide to lucid dreaming. So it's almost as if you're going to this other country, but in this case you're going to this inner world, and it's all about how to navigate that inner realm and master that domain. So
awesome. And so people can Google Thomas Peisel and that will show up, or and it's ThomasPeisel, or look up Field Guide to Lucid Dreaming, and yeah, you can find that on Amazon as well. And also another website which Thomas is related to is dreamlabs.io. That's correct, right? Yeah, cool. And there's again, there's some more videos on there, and yeah, definitely stay tuned. And thanks again, Thomas, for being here, man. I really appreciate you taking the time to share with the discussion here, adding the value to it. So cool.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun.
Cool. Well, definitely. Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a lot more to talk about. We'll save more for another class. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to this. Let's get ready to go into our meditation. And just a quick plug before we do that, reminding people to, again, after this broadcast, there's our admin hangout on Thursday, but even more exciting is our full moon journey meditation coming up on this Sunday, which is the 22nd, I believe, of May. And so this will kind of be like a taste of what you will experience with the journey meditation, but the journey meditation are really focused on using our imagination. So you can think of it less of like a meditation in a traditional sense and more of like a waking dream is kind of the best way I can describe it. So it's using the power of storytelling and imagination to really allow you to get into some rich experiences and explore yourself and all sorts of cool stuff. So definitely tune into that. So again, that's Sunday at 9 p.m. We'll be going live for Paradigm Shift Radio episode 134, and that's the full moon global meditation. So tell your friends. Cool. All right. Let me just double check before we get into our meditation. Did anybody else have any just anything they want to share, comments or anything? I think we're okay to move into it. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. So again, for people listening to this, please feel free to join in. We'll keep this short. This won't be a long meditation. I just kind of want to give you a brief run through in this. But again, as we're doing this meditation, we're also putting our shared intention and focused imagination towards adding substance to the creation of this shared space within the astral. So again, it's very simple. It's an open field with a tree in the middle. The tree can be however magical you want it to be, and with the paradigm shift sigil floating over top of it, which may be there, it may not be there, it might be partially invisible. It is there. If you don't see it, it's just invisible, but it's still there. And so again, that paradigm shift sigil kind of looks like a compass in a very simple way, but you can look at that sigil and begin to sort of remember what that looks like and use that. We'll get into this more, but use that as a portal within traveling within the astral realms, and that sigil will be involved with more of the ongoing process of this project as well. So let's all get nice and comfortable and begin this meditation practice. So I invite you guys, everyone in the hangout here, to just relax yourself, and everyone listening to this, to just find a place where you'll be able to maintain a degree of stillness, understanding that as we find that place of stillness and prevent ourselves from fidgeting, it allows our mind to keep the focus on strengthening the integrity of our imagination and of our focus. So just before we even begin focusing on the breath, just relax the shoulders. Just move the shoulders up and down if you need to. Release any tension. Straighten up the spine. Imagine someone pulling like a string from the top of your head, and just straighten up the spine just an extra ½ inch. Good. And then from here, we'll begin simply by connecting to our breath. So gentle inhales. Gentle exhales. Again, just continue to focus on the breath. Inhales. Exhales. With each exhale, just allowing yourself to become more relaxed. Allowing the breath to guide you into the space within you. So again, inhales and exhales, finding the rhythm of the breath, like the ocean rolling up against the beach, the sand. The inhale meets the exhale, and the exhale meets the inhale. One seamless movement, an infinity loop in itself. And so as we continue to have our focus on our breath, allow that to relax you into this place of deeper focus. And then from here, we'll begin to bring our imagination to the forefront of our minds. And so imagine yourself in a field, and off in the distance, excuse me, and off in the distance, it's a rich field with lush green grass. And off in the distance, you can see the tree. And even here, let's bring awareness to our sensations. So you can feel the air, the cool air on you. Even reaching down, you can feel the grass grazing the tips of your fingers. You can feel the texture underneath your feet, the dirt, being barefoot. And even acknowledge what the sky looks like. Not just a normal sky, more celestial, magical, clouds colored, purples and blues. And so using the breath, allow your focus to move towards the tree off in the distance. And simply by looking at it, allow yourself to direct your focus towards it, while also becoming aware of the energy of the tree. Perhaps even in this moment, becoming aware of your own heartbeat and correlating your own heartbeat to the heartbeat of the tree. Seeing the tree as more than just a tree, but a symbol for us, a symbol for our interconnectedness. And so from here, let's slowly begin to walk towards the tree, with it still far off in the distance. Begin observing what the tree looks like. Begin creating it within your minds. And within your imagination, also just being aware and looking towards the paradigm shift sigil magically floating above the tree with an energy of its own, like a beacon, a portal. Though floating above the tree, still intricately connected to it as well. And so let's allow ourselves to get close enough to the tree. And when we're ready, we'll be close enough to actually make contact with the tree. And so standing in front of the tree right now, just take another breath. And be aware of this environment. Look around. See the fine details of it. The grass, the strength of the trunk, the subtle sound of the leaves on the tree rustling in the cool wind. And even with us in this space right now, instead of just imagining all of us being there at once, instead, visualize single points of light slowly emerging from all directions, gathering around the tree. Each of those lights is another dreamer. Each of those lights is us. And so knowing that we'll only be here for a moment, let us take a moment here to connect with the tree. So when you're ready, gently walk towards it and take your open palm and place it against the trunk. Feel the texture of the wood. Allow yourself to connect to this tree, while also sharing with it your intention. The intention of it being a portal, a heartbeat, a beacon. Feeling it feeling you. Whisper to it thoughts of gratitude. And take a moment here to simply connect with it how you choose. Again, using your imagination to familiarize yourself with this space. As magical as it is, it's also simple. And its simplicity is what makes it magical. So just take a few breaths here, move your internal vision around, look up at the tree, connect with it. Remember where you are with the intention of returning to this place within the dream. Familiarize yourself with it. Add your visualization, your intention, your focus to the collective manifestation of this space, knowing that it is already real. And our shared thoughts crystallize it into form. So if you want to, even imagining yourself just sitting down in front of the tree, going into a meditation within your meditation, and just connect with a few simple breaths here before we conclude. So just take a few breaths here on your own without me talking, and connect with yourself, with the tree, with your focus on this one moment right now. Just a few more breaths. So allowing your breath to continue to flow within your imagination, gently stand back up, look around, see the other points of light, recognizing them as the other dreamers, both in the present and in the future, who will gather around this place, who will gather around this moment. And we will find each other here, share conversations here, share in meditation, share in healing, share in visioning. And walk up to the tree again, and you can put one hand on it or two hands on it. Even give it a hug if you choose within your own free will. And as you are connected with this tree, again, become aware of its texture, of its realness. And while still touching it, we'll slowly begin to bring ourselves out of this meditation, reminding ourselves that this is a space that we can return to within our dreams together. So with the texture of the tree still connected to your imagination and your focus, feel it in your hands. Feel its strength, its calmness, its heartbeat. Continue to breathe. And slowly transition your awareness gently into your body while still maintaining the focus in the back of your mind on the realness of the tree. So as we allow ourselves to be in two worlds at once. And with a few more breaths, gently, you can begin to bring your awareness back to your physical body. And slowly wiggle your toes and your fingers. Become aware of the chair or the ground underneath you. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes and return your awareness to the space around you. And as you do, encode this memory. Remind yourself of what it felt like, what it feels like, a flavor to it. Create that space for it within your memory, within your mind, and within your future with gratitude. Aho. So let's take a moment here as we gently allow ourselves to come back. No rush. And thank you again, guys, for taking part in this. Thank you again to everyone listening to this in the future for being a part of this. It's a very exciting frontier that we are moving towards, that we are on, that we are embarking upon this shared journey. So cool. I'll just open up the microphone. If you guys had any thoughts or feedback on that meditation, I mean, it was kind of, on the go, on the fly and stuff like that, but it's something I'd like to return to and continue to make better, improve upon, things like that. Any feedback, if you guys have some, please feel free to share. I think Ashley had her mic open.
It may be that I'm also a little bit tired and, staying up late that may contribute, but I did feel like I could work on a lot of the visualization, and for me, I feel like it's easier to visualize other people than it is to visualize my own self sometimes. But I felt the energy, and it was very a little bit overwhelming. I was a bit dizzy at first. And I guess I just have to get used to opening up to that place. And it may vary with when I do it and what time and the place, and it was very interesting. I did feel a lot of the energy, and it was a lot. And I did visualize you guys landing, and I saw you guys landing. Actually, I saw it on the checkerboard, and then I felt the extreme amount of energy. I saw everyone gathered around the tree, and then I started feeling that extreme energy, and then I felt like there was a light around everyone. And then I just saw the individual light, and everyone kind of disappear, and I just saw light, pieces of light around. It was very interesting.
Wow. No, thanks for sharing, Ashley. That's good information to gather as well. So thanks for sharing. And yeah, I mean, for me, that's an important reminder of just again, I know what my experience is like, but I understand that other people have different relationship with energies, and meditation can be a very different thing for different people, and just being able to be mindful of that, and using techniques for keeping people grounded, and you're right, maybe sometimes the energy can feel overwhelming, and that's something we're still sort of learning together, is how to breathe through that and things. So I mean, I'm learning alongside with you guys, but no, that's good feedback. Any other thoughts and comments on that? And again, how to make it better, how to work towards it, what worked for that, anything that you guys want to share? Kyle, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that was really cool, man. I was there. I saw it.
I was there, man. I was there.
I saw it, man. No, that was cool.
Okay.
Very cool. That
Cool.
Building a place like that together is fun.
Yeah.
It's just a very, very fun experience. That's fantastic, man. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks, man. Thanks for adding your focus to it. Building.
Absolutely, man. Project like that isn't, too difficult for me, because in the past I've done it before with my buddies. That's what we used to do, sit there and try and focus just like we did, but never on a scale like this, where you guys are all in different places of the world. So it was just really interesting and fun to do it, that way.
For sure.
And because it's just been years, that's awesome.
Cool. Awesome, man. I'm happy you're here with us, so thanks, Kyle.
Absolutely.
Cool. Okay, so Thomas or Kat, did you guys any thoughts or comments based on that, or Kat?
Yeah, I really liked it. initially I was trying to visualize the image, the truth in the image that you had. But then my mind kept going back to this huge willow tree that used to be in this park, or probably still is in this park, near my old neighborhood as a kid. So I just decided if it keeps coming up, I'm going to go with it. And what I was attempting to do was I was studying it with my eyes in the dream, but also trying to close my eyes within the dream as well, like through my mind's eye, to see like what the texture was like by closing my eyes, and not necessarily feeling it with my hands, but just feeling it sort of on a, I don't know how to describe it, on a different level where I didn't have to actually touch it, but just imagining it. And it was kind of cool because it took on these other layers. And then I eventually got to the point where, so yeah, I was touching the tree, I was feeling the branches and the leaves, and they were dancing in the wind, so every now and then they would just like gracefully touch my skin. And then eventually what ended up happening was, as soon as you mentioned like all of us being there, you guys just kind of like dropped down. It was just like a stream of energy, and then it just like dropped down, and I saw all of you, or I envisioned all of you. And then after that point, the tree sort of took in your essences, and then you guys each individually turned into like these little glowing pearls of energy, and then you disappeared. And then, yeah, and that was like the most vibrant part of it that I remember. So it was really cool. I appreciate that.
It's cool.
Thank you, guys.
Cool.
Yeah, I had a very similar experience to that.
Yeah.
Just,
Awesome.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Absolutely.
Is Thomas here? Thomas, are you there? I think he might have stepped away for a second, possibly.
He might still be. He might still be there.
Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah.
No, I got to head to bed, but my only thing with that, I loved it if you could just activate all 5 senses while there.
Right. Yeah.
It's an exercise again in focus. How well can you activate all those senses? But I'm about to head to bed.
Yes.
I could just say one last word about how awesome it is that you're going to go to sleep right now. Every single one of us is going to go do that.
Yeah, we're proud.
Let's get curious and begin looking. Look tonight, because you're going to dream like right now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a very similar feeling on that as well.
Yeah, and that's what we're aiming for. So I mean, who knows? Tonight could be the night. Maybe I'll get to the tree tonight. Yeah, we're just about to wrap this up. If Thomas, you're okay waiting for 1 second. I think Ashley just had Ashley, you just wanted to say something as well?
You know, yeah, I'll say something. I just think it's like a great experience, and I'm always interested to see like different people's perspectives on different things, and I like to like, you know, of course I can't envision it exactly like they do, but I love to hear people what they envision, so I can envision it in my own way.
Yeah.
And it's very interesting.
Yeah, and then our visions kind of add on to each other's visions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very dynamic.
Create
Cool.
a whole new world.
All right, so yeah, so a whole new world. So whole new world.
Wow.
Okay, guys. So we'll get some more singing in on future broadcasts for sure. So let's officially wrap this up, and yeah, just as we finally move into the final stages of this, just giving a huge thank to everybody who has been tuned into this, wherever you are and whenever you are. Please share this show with your friends. That's a huge way to help with the shift. And of course, being able to remind you guys that a big way to be able to help with the project and the ongoing broadcast is to be able to help support the team crowdfunding through the Patreon, which is patreon.com/Brendon Culliton. And you can also go to paradigmshiftcentral.com/donate. And right now we're asking people to sign up for as minimum as $3 a month, and with that you get as many shift buttons as you want, and it helps support the ongoing broadcast so that we can continue to produce free conscious media for the entire community to be able to enjoy and grow alongside with. So thank you to all our supporters, and we are currently at about 450, working towards our next milestone of 500, and we're aiming to reach that by the end of May. So yeah, big things coming out of the crowdfunding, so huge support. So I mean, yeah, the crowdfunding allows like all sorts of cool stuff, and it allows me to continue to work full time on this as a director. So much thanks and appreciation for co-creating this bigger dream, and that's really what it's about. This is, you know, years down the road. There's still some very exciting stuff that we are just getting ready for today. So with that said, guys, let's officially wrap this up. And again, you know, I'm looking forward to being able to see you guys in the dream space and sharing and learning more about your dreams. So again, thank you so much, everyone. Sign up on the main website, paradigmshiftcentral.com. You can find the links for everyone in the show notes for this. And guys, let's do it together. Let's officially say farewell to the internet as we finish this broadcast. So thank you so much, the internet. So good night, internets. Lucid.
Good night.
Good night, internet.
Cool.
Lucid.
Dream lucid. Cool. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and keep it shifty. This is Brendon, aka Skull Babylon. Find me on YouTube. I'll see you guys in the future. Until next time, peace. One love.
That was Paradigm Shift's Dream Class. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Be sure to check out their website, www.paradigmshiftcentral.com, and they have plenty more dream classes out there. We'll be broadcasting another one on the third Saturday of every month. Actually, except for next month in May, we will instead be doing it the second Saturday of the month, which will be May 13th, because the following week I will be out and about doing things in the world. So thanks everybody for tuning in. We still have an hour left, and so for the rest of the time, I will just play some really chilled out music, maybe some music that you can fall asleep to if you're listening to this during the nighttime. So enjoy this chill ambient music coming up here. The next song we're going to play is Stratosphere, When Space Speaks.
light. Light breathes life. Let go. Let go. Look within yourself. Listen. Open up to the world. Understand that you are everything. Infinite possibility. Love. Love.
we are being called energetically to align with the highest possible calling and potential.
disembodied head walking around that can only think. You have an intuitive sense, a deep sense of gut knowing, of wisdom and power inside of yourself.
That was Citrine Sand Dunes by Momentology. We have 2 more songs left for today. This next one is Stratosphere Until Next Morning. What you're hearing now is Radiant Moon. It is by Paradiso and Rasameyi off of their album Healing Vibes. I thought it would be a good way to end the podcast, or to end the radio, actually. Podcast is different. But also it fit perfectly in with the time that we had left. So we have about 1 minute left of this track, and that will end the day for us. We will be back again on Thursday, April 27th, with another live interview by Heartworks, and we've been playing some of their music. They are new artists for us, so very excited to find out more information about them. So that will be April 27th at 3:30 p.m. live interview with Heartworks. Thanks everybody for tuning in here to Bring Me to Life Radio. Hope you enjoyed it. Please share this with your friends if you enjoyed it. Give us a like, a comment. We always appreciate those. Very much so. So thanks everybody. Have a great rest of your day and have a great weekend. Thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio, awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness. Don't forget to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube by searching Project Bring Me to Life. Thanks for tuning in, and until next time.